Bore da bawb, a croeso cynnes i gyfarfod bwrdd iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Croeso cynnes i chi os ydych chi wedi ymuno â ni yma yn Fenyw Cymru Llandudno ar ddiwrnod braf o fis Medi, neu yn wir os ydych chi'n ymuno ni ar-lein yn fyw, neu dwi'n gwybod mae nifer ohonych chi'n gwylio recordiad o'r cyfarfod ar y degau, felly diolch i chi am ymuno â ni a gobeithio bydd y cyfarfod yma a'r cynnwys yn fuddiol i chi. Mae gen ni agenda lawn. Un peth i nodi, does na ddim larwm tân ymarfer wedi cynllunio, os oes na larwm yna i fynd allan o'r adeilad trwy'r drysau ac trwy'r ffrynt i fynd ar y prom. Mae gennym ni rai ymddiheuriadau, nifer ohonyn nhw wedi rhestru, ond dwi eisiau croesawu un neu ddau o bobl sydd wedi ymuno ni am y tro cyntaf. Yn gyntaf, Peter Lewis. Croeso cynnes Peter, a mae Peter yn gydeirydd rwan yr grŵp rhandeiliad strategol, yr SRG. Ydych chi'n cofio Mike oedd yn gwneud y job yna, a mae Peter wedi camu i'r swydd yna. Dyn ni'n ddiolchgar iawn iddo fo. Ac o'n i yn ei gyfarfod gyntaf, a nath o'r job ardderchog yn cadeirio cyfarfod yna, felly dyn ni'n dymuno yn dda i Peter. A mae Karen efo ni heddiw, Karen Motat, croeso cynnes Karen sydd yma yn dirprwyo o ran Shri, dwi'n credu, felly croeso cynnes i Karen ar gyfer y cyfarfod. Materion eraill, mae'n werth nodi un o ddau o bethau. Yn gyntaf, bydd Helen yn camu allan o'r cyfarfod yma tua 11, dwi'n gwybod, achos mae agoriad canolfan Magu yn digwydd yn Bodilwyddan heddiw. Yn anffodus, rai o'n i yn dymuno bod yna, ddim yn gallu bod yna herwydd y cyfarfod yma. A Helen am fynd i cynrychioli ni, fydd yna eraill yna hefyd, ond yna eitem ar y newyddion sicr ar Radio Cymru bore yma. Rhai o'n chi wedi clywed hynny. Dwi'n siŵr dyn ni'n dymuno'n dda ar gyfer yr agoriad yna. Felly, diolch fawr iawn i bawb sydd wedi ymddiheurio a rhai sydd yn gorfod gadael yn gynnar hefyd, dwi'n ymwybodol o hynny. Ymlaen, sgwelwch yn dda at eitem nesa, sef datgan buddiant. So os yna unrhyw un am ddatgan buddiant ar unrhyw eitem, ysgwelwch yn dda. Ga i fynd gyntaf, os ga i. Dwi wedi nodi yn fy rhestr o buddiannau mod i yn cwsmer? Na, falle ddim cwsmer, ond mod i yn un o drigolion Pen-y-Groes sydd yn defnyddio practis yr feddygfa lleol ac mae yna bwriad i geisio creu hwb iechyd newydd ym Mhen-y-Groes o'r enw Canolfan Lleu. Mae hynny cael ei restru yn un o'r papurau bellach ymlaen ar y cynlluniau mawr. Felly mae gen i ddiddordeb yn y pwnc yna, wrth gwrs, a dwi wedi nodi hynny ar y rhestr buddiannau. Mae yna fel buddiant barhaol, ond dwi'n nodi o heddiw hefyd yn benodol. Unrhyw un arall efo rhywbeth i ddatgan os gwelwch yn dda? Nag oes? Iawn, ymlaen â ni felly at yr eitem nesa 25-162, cofnodion 2 cyfarfod blaenorol, cofnodion y cyfarfod bwrdd arferol, Gorffennaf 31, ac yna cofnodion y cyfarfod cyffredinol blynyddol ar Gorffennaf 17. Ac mae'r cwestiynau a'r atebion o'r cyfarfod cyffredinol blynyddol wedi nodi ar ein gwefan. Rwan wrth i ni dderbyn y cofnodion yna, dwi eisiau rhoi cyfle i Carol sôn am un mater o'r cyfarfod cyffredinol blynyddol a'r cofnodion, achos mae David sydd ddim yma heddiw, ond mae'n siŵr fod yn gwylio ar-lein. Bore da David, os wyt ti'n gwylio, mae David wedi codi un mater a dwi'n meddwl bod angen just eglurhad o gwmpas hynny, Carol. Diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, diolch, Cadeirydd. Thanks for that, and yes, and thanks to David for the questions. So all questions that were asked at the annual general meeting were very helpful and important to us, and responses have gone through. In relation to the mental health question, Teresa and I are establishing now the mental health oversight and development group. Our first meeting is coming up in the next few weeks, and this issue and item that David raised will form part of that. So we will go back to David with a little bit more detail around that, so that, and of course publish that in due course. So that thread, and this is part of, we'll come on to the Citizens Experience Report, where people give us feedback or ask questions. We take that into our work, and then feedback in terms of what we've done with that.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn. Hapus efo hynny, Teresa. Yep, diolch yn iawn. Diolch I David, ac jyst I roi sicrwydd I David bod na drafodaeth barhaol wrth gwrs o gwmpas hynny, ydyn ni'n gobeithio bydd na gyfle i'r gwaith yna datblygu ar y cyd i'r dyfodol, felly diolch yn iawn am hynny. Pawb yn hapus fel arall gyda'r cofnodion ysgol na? Yep, pawb yn hapus? Ardderchog?
So,
Carol, sorry.
No, that's great. It's just a comment on the minutes of the 31st of July, if that's okay.
Yes, please do.
So I presented the Accountable Officer report into the accounting issues, and subsequent to that, some discussion with Audit Wales just about some of the wording, the technical wording. So I'm recommending a footnote revision to my report, and I thought I'd just read very quickly that footnote revision. So Audit Wales conducts its audits using a risk-based approach. Following the identification of initial findings, the audit scope was extended to address areas where adverse findings had been noted. The purpose of this additional work was to obtain sufficient audit evidence to support the conclusion that the financial statements were free from material misstatement, with materiality set at 20.3 million. That's a bit more expansive than I had written, so okay. I will add that footnote in if the board is content.
So to our previous meeting, that will be an addendum to the minutes, as it were. Is that everything you want to
No, I think that's right. And what we'll do in this set of minutes, we'll record that change, so that will be we'll approve the minutes and note the addition of that, and we can then make sure that version of the reporting is published on your website, Carol. With the updated version.
Great. Pam hapus efo hynny? Yep, ardderchog. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 2163, sef camau gweithredu. Unrhyw gwestiwn cyn I ni dderbyn camau gweithredu? Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y camau gweithredu? Iawn, ardderchog. Ymlaen, felly, I eitem sylweddol gyntaf ar agenda a'r eitem profiad, sydd wrth gwrs yn eitem safonol. Eitem safonol. Na I fynd yn ôl i'r cofnod camau gweithredu ac bod rhywun efo rhywbeth I ddeud. Dwi wedi gofyn I bawb os dyn ni hapus I dderbyn. Oedd neb wedi rhoi unrhyw sylw.
No, just a very small comment, because I'm very happy to close the action about the EMRTS, the air ambulance for short.
Yeah.
But I did ask for clarification. I thought it might be useful to share that the Court of Appeal is still deciding whether or not it will hear an appeal. So the issue is not entirely resolved, but I wasn't quite clear about that myself. So I don't know if that's of any interest, but I just thought I would mention it. So I'm very grateful to Pam's team for giving me the clarification on that.
Yeah.
And on that one, as things progress, once we get any further information, we'll update the board. So we're just in the hands of the appeal court at this stage.
Okay. Everything else, action log.
Sorry.
Just check. Yeah. Okay. Bob yn hapus. Ardderchog. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen felly, eitem nesaf 2516. Eitem sydd yn un rheolaidd i ni, sef eitem profiad, a dwi'n troi at Angela i gyflwyno'r eitem yma, os gwelwch na, Angela.
Yeah. So this meeting story is around research and the importance of research within Betsy Cadwaladr. We have a lot of research studies that are undertaken throughout the year, and this story just highlights completion of the research studies, and the participation is benefiting our patients. Individual patient is identified in this case, but we have many examples of this throughout the board. So I'll play the VT, please.
Research and development is a daily part of the Health Board's work to help improve the health and well-being of the people of North Wales. The team are always looking at new ways to prevent, manage and treat disease, as well as improve knowledge and advanced treatments in the NHS. The Research and Development team is part funded by the Healthcare Research and the Welsh Government to support a range of research, from simple questionnaires to highly complex clinical trials, testing new drugs, treatments and therapies. The team is a point of contact, a friendly face and the voice for patients who have been willing to support research and are key to providing evidence-based, improved prevention, diagnosis and care options for patients. I'm a research nurse based at Ysbyty Glan Clwyd, and as a team, including doctors and specialist nurses, we are involved in the Rapid Diagnostic Centre biomarker study, which is sponsored by the Royal Marsden and RM Partners. Patients are invited to take part in the research whilst they were attending the Rapid Diagnostic Clinic at Ysbyty Glan Clwyd. Rapid Diagnostic Clinics are a weekly clinic to quickly assess patients who have presented in primary care with vague, unexplained or non-specific symptoms, and the GP is concerned that there is a reasonable risk of cancer or a serious condition. The aim of the study is to improve cancer diagnosis by analysing the information collected during their routine care at the clinic. In addition to blood, breath, saliva and sputum samples are also collected from participants for analysis and to look for biomarkers. Biomarkers are a pattern of molecules that are specific for certain diseases such as breast cancer and prostate cancer. DNA from the samples is used to calculate the genetic risk of developing a cancer. 70 patients at Ysbyty Glan Clwyd have been recruited to take part so far.
I was lucky enough to discover and be invited to the Rapid Diagnostic Clinic for testing. I have never been treated so well, so quickly and so kindly. The staff let me know what was happening before anything took place. I was well informed and this was very reassuring. The staff are always there for support. I found the Rapid Diagnostic Clinic excellent. It is a fantastic service and I hope it will be used more often.
I received a clinic appointment letter advising me that a research nurse would be in the room on the day of my appointment at the Rapid Diagnostic Clinic. The letter gave me detailed information on the research trial. At the appointment, the nurse introduced herself and she explained the trial and asked me if I would like to volunteer. I said yes, of course. I said yes because I wanted people to learn and to benefit from my experience. It's easy to worry that something is wrong with your body now or potentially in the future. To have taken part in this trial and to get the all clear has given me great peace of mind. I have health conditions that I know can lead to greater problems like cancer, so on the day of the clinic I was worried because I knew they were looking for cancer. Having this additional test gave me reassurance that nothing had been missed. I feel a lot better knowing nothing will be left unresolved. I think this testing is fantastic. It benefits the NHS by enabling them to target their care towards the people who need it the most.
Out of the 70 patients recruited, one patient's saliva indicated they were at a higher risk of developing breast cancer and required further review by Manchester University NHS Foundation Trust Specialist Genetics Service. Following the genetic analysis of the saliva, the patient went on to have genetic screening and counselling to explain her risks of developing cancer, particularly in view of her family history. An explanation of the findings were explained in addition to being seen in a specialist clinic for people at higher risk of cancer and for consideration of participating in future research. The counsellors help interpret the test results, assess the risk and discuss options for managing the health concern and provide emotional support. Her risk of developing cancer was found to be high, indicating that the patient would benefit from annual screening with mammograms and treatment which was arranged. The treatment which blocks estrogen production can reduce the risk of developing breast cancer by 50%. This patient benefited directly from taking part in the study. Without participating, she may never have known her risk of developing breast cancer, and as a result, she is now considering her treatment options and is able to make more informed decisions about her future treatment and care. She was very grateful for the support she received. This study highlights how rewarding the role of a research nurse is and how we can impact patient care. We are patient advocates and passionate about clinical trials, which can enhance the overall quality and standard of patient care. Our role is very rewarding, and without research, we would not be where we are today. Thanks to patients participating in research, patients being looked after in the health board today are benefiting from research that has already taken place, and we are also able to impact on the care of future generations through new and ongoing research.
So from a perspective of research, we are very invested in research across the health board. We've got fantastic research teams, but I'm extremely proud of the research nurses across the health board who have got the highest standards and are supporting our patients, make sure we get good outcomes and then improvements for care in the future.
Diolch yn iawn. Gweithio iawn. Unrhyw sylwadau cwestiynau, os gwelwch yn dda. Mike, gyda?
Diolch, Chair. We have 2 of Wales' 7 universities within our region. I think there's real potential for joining up on research with a big population of around 700,000. It would be great to see more of this and perhaps for the board to be initiating studies as well as joining in this important national study. Just to share with you, the North Wales School of Pharmacy took its first students this week. It's the 2nd year of the North Wales Medical School. So I think there is huge potential to work together and increase this important activity. Without research, healthcare stands still. Thanks.
Yeah, Mike. Da iawn. Ni'n just yn deud wrth Carol fel mae'n digwydd, o'n i yn sgwrsio efo Marian Ddoe, cadeirydd cyngor y brifysgol, ac yn deud bod yna gyfle i ni wneud mwy yn y maes ymchwil ar y cyd efo'r prifysgol. Wel, prifysgolion, dweud y gwir. Mae maes sy'n bwysig iawn i ni mewn bwrdd iechyd. Rhywun arall cyn i mi ddod â Gareth a Carol i mewn. Gareth nesaf felly, a wedyn Carol.
Just very briefly to say, I'm completely supportive of this, but also I did want to put down a marker that there is good work being done in GP practices as well. And I recently visited, I think since I wrote my report, West End Medical Centre, where they're involved in several clinical trials. And I think that's really important because it obviously helps the patients, but it also helps motivate some of the doctors who increasingly want to maintain their sort of interest in research while, doing their work for the patients. So I think that's worth noting.
Yeah, Carol?
Well, I'll just pick up where Gareth left off there, because we've had a discussion about the future development in research, innovation and development, actually, and whether that forms one umbrella. But to integrate that much more, we have got sort of segments of research in our approach rather than a fully integrated approach. So we could have brought the research and development annual plan, annual report here, but today, but we decided just to hold that back until the new exec medical director starts, and we've had a bit more discussion about what the next few steps are in bringing together all of that activity, because I think we're probably under reporting and undervaluing the research that is happening at the moment.
Yeah, Diane, diolch. Ella, ti nesa?
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. Just, I wanted to raise again a question that Mike raised at probably at a recent QSE meeting, I'm not quite sure where. And we were looking at the plans we're all making to improve delivery in North Wales, which is obviously that's our key focus at the moment. And Mike reminded us that when we're making plans, we need to bear in mind the changes that research might be bringing in. So somehow those two thoughts need to link. Thank you.
Yeah, really good points that actually what we deliver, the way we deliver can change on a very regular basis based on research inputs, based on new thinking, new technologies, and so on. And we really need to embrace that. And some areas of the health board are embracing that, which is good news.
And if I could say, just yesterday, what was reported was research breakthrough in Huntington's disease. You know, things can change really remarkably. So, being future focused is. Yeah,
and the resource we have in the university sector in the area, you know, it's a huge advantage to us, and not just in the university buildings directly, Mike, as you know, but also places like MSPAC and so on, and other places that have spin-offs and so on from the university, really well placed to help do that innovation and for us to work together on that. So great, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Na, pawb yn hapus felly i ni dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, a diolch fawr iawn i bawb sydd wedi bod yn ffilm gwaith, o'n gofyniadau. Diolch am roi eich hwnna at ei gilydd. Diolch Angelos i'r tîm sydd wedi bod yn ffilm a hynny. Iawn, ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, eitem 2016, adroddiad cadeirydd. Yn adroddiad chydig bach byrach tro hwn, oherwydd dwi wedi cymryd chydig o amser o wyliau yn ddiweddar. Mae rhaid dweud o'n i yn falch iawn o gael amser o wyliau, mae braf iawn bod yn ôl. Dwi jyst eisiau cyfeirio at un neu ddau o bethau. Dwi wedi sôn am Peter wrth gwrs yn yr ôl newydd. A dyn ni yn gobeithio bydd gennym ni rhywun yn yr wythnosau nesaf bydd yn gallu camu i'r swydd i fod yn cadeirydd yn pwyllgor archwilio. Mae Ertha wedi gwneud gwaith gwych iawn cyfro hwn i ni. Diolch yn iawn Ertha. Prif beth dwi eisiau sôn am, dwi'n meddwl heddiw, ydy trafodaethau dyn ni wedi cael yn ddiweddar yn fewnol ar cysylltiad sydd gennym ni'n gyson gyda'r Llywodraeth, naill drwy swyddogion neu trwy ysgrifennydd cabinet, efo'r pwyslais wrth gwrs a sicrhau bod ni'n gyrraedd targedau am bod ni yn cyfarfod a phopeth mae Llywodraeth yn gofyn i'n wneud sy'n allweddol bwysig. Dyn ni hefyd wedi tanlinellu'r angen i newid bod yn rhywbeth barhaol a rhywbeth sy'n gynaladwy. A dyna'r her i ni, ac dwi'n credu bod yn rhywbeth dyn ni wedi adlewyrchu arno fo dros 2 flynedd diwetha ydy mae'r bwr iechyd yma wedi bod mewn ag allan o mesur arbennig, ac dyn ni wedi casglu mai un o'r rhesymau hynny ydy bod na ddipodd tanau'n digwydd yn gyson a bod y newid ddim yn un barhaus a ddim yn un cynaladwy. Felly, dyn ni di pwysleisio yr angen i ni yrru newid tymor hir. Wrth gwrs mae rhaid ni gyrraedd targedau tymor byr, wrth gwrs bod rhaid ni. Ond os da ni am greu sefydliad sydd yn sicrhau gwasanaethau ardderchog bydd ar gael i'r boblogaeth am y blynyddoedd i ddod, mae rhaid i newid bod yn un barhaus a mae rhaid i newid bod yn newid go iawn i dros dro. A dyna fath o drafodaeth dwi'n meddwl gafon ni y mis Awst yn do yn ein cyfarfod anffurfiol. Ac oeddwn ni'n wyddus iawn i sicrhau bod y cyhoedd yn ymwybodol o hynny. Mae'r pwysau wrth gwrs arno ni i sicrhau bod ni'n creu newid yn y tymor ystol, fel bod pobl yn cael mynediad i'r gwasanaethau. Dyn ni'n deall hynny yn iawn a mae hynny yn blaenoriaeth i ni gwrs i bod o. Rhywbeth efallai sydd ddim wedi dod o dan ein ymbarel ni hyd yma ydy gwasanaethau sydd gennym ni yn y carchar yn Wrecsam yn y Berwyn, ac dwi'n meddwl dwi'n iawn i ddweud bod yna 160 o staff y bwrdd iechyd yn gweithio yna, oedd wedi dod fel agoriad llygad i mi, mae rhaid i ddweud, a dwi'n siŵr Stewart a Carol hefyd, a gafon ni ymweliad gwych iawn iawn. Mae'r gwasanaeth yna mewn lle byddwn ni'n disgrifio llwyd o bosib. Mae gennym ni weithlu yna o'r bwrdd iechyd, o dan NHS Cymru, sydd o dan Llywodraeth Cymru, ond mae'r carchar wrth gwrs yn dod o dan rheolaeth Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig. Felly mae yna beryg i hwnna fynd ar goll, dwi'n meddwl, yn y system, ac dwi'n meddwl bod ni'n awyddus ar ôl yr ymweliad yna, Stewart a Carol a fi'n de, at Tamina hefyd, mae'n ddrwg iawn gen i, Tamina hefyd, yn sicrhau bod o ddim yn mynd o dan y radar, bod ni yn cael golwg ar y gwaith yna, a mae'n y waith ardderchog yn digwydd, gwaith pwysig iawn, wrth gwrs. Ond doeddwn ni jyst eisiau nodi hynny fel rhan o'n gwaith ni sydd ddim wedi dod i'r golwg, dwi ddim yn meddwl, hyd yma yn y bwrdd iechyd at ei gilydd. Ac oedd yn braf hefyd gallu bod yn rhan o ambell i ddigwyddiad, oedd yr Eisteddfod Genedlaethol yn Wrecsam, a gafon ni gyfle i adlewyrchu ar y rhaglen ar S4C ysbyty, ac oedd yn wych iawn hefyd bod yn y digwyddiad yn ysbyty Gwynedd, oedd Billy yna hefyd, efo'r gwilt. Mae Ceri yn gwneud gymaint o waith i nodi'r dyddiad a fel bod ni'n cael cyfle i gefnogi pobl sydd angen ein cefnogaeth ni am trwy'r cynllun Fast Track Cymru efo yr ymgyrch o gwmpas HIV, ac oedd yn braf iawn bod yn y digwyddiad yna yn ysbyty Gwynedd, fel oedd hefyd yr fforwm o gwmpas y gwaith creadigol sy'n digwydd yn y bwrdd iechyd. Mae'r waith ardderchog sy'n digwydd yn y maes creadigol, ac oedd o'n wych iawn clywed Alex Ferguson, cyn rheolwr Manchester United, yn sôn am dementia. Mae Alex Ferguson yn fath o gymeriad, dych chi'n naill ai wrth bodd efo fo, neu ddim cweit yn cymryd ato fo. Ond mae gennym fo wastad rhywbeth i ddeud yn does. Dyma be wedodd oedd pa mor bwysig oedd cerddoriaeth ar gyfer cefnogi pobl efo dementia. Felly, oedd yna'n ysgoffa ni bod y diwydiannau creadigol a maes creadigol yn gallu bod yr un mor bwysig yn myd iechyd a presgripsiwn gan y GP. Felly oedd yn braf iawn bod yn digwyddiad yn nimbych. A gyda hynny, na i stopio siarad ag croeso unrhyw un roi sylwadau neu gwahodd gwestiynau wrth gwrs. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi'n eisiau holi rhywbeth, dwi'n eisiau dweud rhywbeth ychwanegol. Na, Billy.
Could I just say, on the back of what you said about the memory quilt in Spiffy Gwynedd?
Yes.
The quilts are going to be displayed across the health board in the sexual health services.
Yes.
But on the back of our and Kerry's work on making those quilts, Kerry was invited to give a workshop at Tate Modern on the 25th anniversary of the display of the National AIDS quilt.
Fantastic.
And I think that she needs to be commended.
Yes, definitely. Thanks very much for that, Billy. Yes, and Kerry does amazing work, and she goes to village halls and community centres across the region and involved in this quilt work, and it's great that she's had the opportunity to do that in the Tate Modern. Is that next month?
It was last summer.
All right, okay, fine. Thank you very much for noting that. We can give our thanks to Kerry and congratulate her for the work she's done. Thank you very much, Billy. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall rhywbeth i ddweud? Os nad oes, ei ofyn i chi dderbyn y adroddiad yna, ysgolch yn dda. Ymlaen i ddau adroddiad arall yn gyntaf. Carol fel prif weithredwr ac yna Gareth fel is-gadeirydd. Diolch yn iawn, Carol.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I will go through the detail of the report. You'll see we've sort of modified it a little bit because started with the interface with Welsh Government. There continues to be quite an interface with the government, and a new Director General has been appointed. Looking forward to working with William Fartadell, who starts very soon, early in October. We have had feedback from our submission of the integrated medium-term plan, and as a informal board, we have had some discussion on that. We've seen increasing emphasis on strategic planning coming through our board agendas now, and I think that signals the shift of the organisation from, as you said, Chair, from a sort of day-to-day firefighting, which of course is still happening, to lifting our heads a lot more and really think about those plans for the future. The transparency measures that the Cabinet Secretary announced earlier in the year are now starting to kick in. That will be music to our ears, I know, as a board, because we've committed to openness and transparency from the establishment of this board. And we will be looking forward to participating in some of the transparency measures. I think we're in dialogue with the government about public accountability meetings as well. So they will be featuring over the next few months. And then just a small but very important footnote. Progress is being recognised in terms of the work on some of our challenge services. So it's important, you know, for us to note that where Welsh Government does give that feedback, that we are sharing that more widely with people because of the amount of work that's gone into that. We've got an item a little bit later on, the foundations for the future, so I won't go through too much of the executive team elements, but and we are going to cover RISP a little bit later on. RISP is the radiology digital system, you know, in a report, and Helen and yourself have touched on the Maggie Centre. And when I referred to challenged, some of our challenge specialties, the provision of oncology was challenged. That is significantly improved now with recruitment, a new clinical lead, and some really quite positive feedback about that service. And then the Maggie Centre adds an additional layer of provision as well. Just very briefly, I won't talk about the visits because you've done that. We very enjoyable they were, but board members may be aware of some of the changes in hospice care undertaken, being provided by St David's. So I just put a paragraph in the report on that. We are meeting regularly with St David's. You'll recall that end of life and palliative care is a priority in our integrated medium-term plan. So the work on that is progressing. And I'll leave it there.
Iawn. Anybody else? Unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw cwestiwn? Carol, dyma ti gyda.
Diolch, a pwynt ola Carol yn sôn am yr hospice yma na, dwi'n meddwl bod yr gwaith mae'r bod eich yn wneud yn dilyn yr cyhoeddiad am y gwasanaeth hospice yn Gaergybi cael ei groesawu yn y cymunedau sy'n cael ei heffeithio. A dwi'n meddwl weithiau mae sefyllfa sydd yn ymddangos yn heriol iawn ar y cychwyn yn rhoi heriau ni. A da ni'n gorfod ymateb, a dwi'n meddwl bod hyn yn esiampl da o hynny, lle da ni'n edrych ar gofal yn agosach at cartra ac ati. Wedyn, mond eisiau adrodd yn ôl bod y gwaith yn cael ei wneud yn cael ei werthfawrogi yn lleol yn sicr.
Wel, gawn ni hefyd ategu bod ni'n falch iawn o'r cyfle i weithio yn agos efo Cyngor Sir Ynys Môn. Mae Fôn sydd ddim yma heddiw oherwydd y gyfarfod o'r cyngor wedi bod yn rhan o hynny. Dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn am y cyfle i weithio. Ac pan mae yna rhywbeth yn codi, mae angen ymateb a mae angen cael arweiniad. A dyna beth ni wedi ceisio wneud yn y sefyllfa lle mae y gwasanaeth yna wedi dod i ben gan yr hospice. Mae dal angen, fel ti wedi nodi, felly diolch am y cyfle i gydweithio. Gareth?
On a very different matter, I just wanted to pick up the point in the report which Mike's already referred to about the start of the pharmacy course at Bangor, because I do think the pharmacy services don't always get the recognition that they need, and both in secondary and in primary care. And again, going around some of the GP practices, ones which have got pharmacists, really appreciate the services. And I think it's worth just giving a bit of a positive shout out to our community pharmacy, which is, leading the way in Wales in terms of delivering services. So, we've got a good offer already, and it can only get better with the presence of the course in Bangor. So well done, Mike. Well done to your colleagues for getting it.
Big collaboration with Betsy, with our chief pharmacist too, and colleagues.
Yeah.
Very
Excellent.
positive.
Yeah, great news. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Unrhyw gwestiwn sylw? Nagos? Iawn. Ymlaen. Felly, ni pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y droddiad Carol, a diolch i Carol am ei gwaith caled arferol yn ystod yr wythnosau diwetha, ac hefyd diolch i tîm i gyd. Mae Carol yn brifweithredydd, ond mae yna dîm o bobl, felly mae'n gyfle i ni ddiolch ni dim ond i Carol, ond i'r tîm i gyd sydd o'i chwmpas i am y gwaith. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, felly 25.67, adroddiad is-gadeirydd dros y at y tîm, Gareth.
Diolch cadeirydd. Dim ond rhaid i chi ysgysrydoi fi, achos dwi wedi gwneud camgymeriad gyda enw Teresa, and I'm really sorry, Teresa. The Teresa I referred to was something I worked with about 20 years ago, so I just great. But seriously, I think the report speaks for itself, and apart from that error, I'm happy to take any questions or just for it to be noted. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un efo cwestiwn? Unrhyw un efo sylw ar y droddiad, Gareth? Stop there.
I just make just a quick comment on the substance misuse service. I also visited the service some time ago when I first started. I thought it was really good service. We are going to be shortly, I hope, re-procuring a service for people in North Wales. So we'll make sure we bring through the positive benefits of that. It's an area that often doesn't get very much attention, and when we think about this, the impact of substances on people's lives is really quite significant. And so to be able to support people to put that behind them or manage that in a more positive way does have a really disproportionate impact on the investment and the return on investment. So it may be that at some point we're able to do a bit of a focus on substance misuse. Teresa's nodding. It's an area that doesn't get a lot of coverage.
And, you know, they have to walk a very difficult line between our duty to help people, whatever, you know, the choices they make, to keep in as good health as possible. And I was really pleased to hear that although in the past, some years ago, things with the North Wales Police have not always been easy, that the relationship is really good now. And that's really important because then it's such a difficult line, you know, and yeah, they definitely deserve recognition.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at one time I did some work with people living with substance dependency, and one of the things that hit me really strongly was that homelessness often goes hand in hand. So if we do a focus on substance dependency, the homeless group, I think, and their health impact, because if you're homeless, you're likely to die by your 40. You know, it's be good if we could do that too.
No, really good point. Jane?
Just to say, there is a report going to the Population Health and Planning group, which is on the whole issues around substance misuse. So from a public health perspective, which includes the issues around homelessness and other wider impacts, and around how we service. And that's a joint collaborative paper between Substance Misuse, Public Health and the Area Partnership Board. Because remember that a whole range of these services are not actually provided by the Health Board, and actually it's really important to have all these services come together to support people with substance misuse. And just to also say, the gambling levy has now been agreed nationally. So the next area we will be wanting to look at is how do we support people in North Wales around both the prevention and treatment of gambling addictions. Because sometimes people have a very narrow view about addiction.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you prompted a very wide discussion there, Gareth. So thank you very much for that. And I know that Teresa will be keen to take that work forward as well. As you say rightly, Jane, we're also fortunate in our region. We have many third sector and community groups who are really excellent and very active in this field. So there's a great opportunity for us to work together. Pawb yn hapus? Drwg iawn gen i siarad.
Dilw sydyn, diolch I Gareth am I ymdrechion drost ofal sylfaenol y primary care. Mae o'n mor bwysig, a da ni'n mynd I fod yn trafod gofal brys ac argyfwng yn nes ymlaen, a mae rôl hynny o fewn hynny mor bwysig, ond dwi'n meddwl eisiau nodi, a mae o'n dod drwad y mob adroddiad mae Gareth yn rhoid I ni, yr ymdrechion mae o'n neud I gwneud yn siŵr bod gofal sylfaenol yn cael y sylw eledus o fewn y bod. Diolch yn.
Pwynt pwysig iawn, a diolch Gareth am hynny, a diolch am I waith Aled arferol a'r holl ymdrechion mae yn neud yn I faes. So diolch yn iawn Gareth. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad gan Gareth, gan diolch iddo fo. Diolch o galon. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa, sef eitem 2516. 8 adroddiad profiad dinasyddion, ac unwaith eto mae'r adroddiad yma yn un safonol fel petai yn dod at ni yn chwarterol rwan, ag bydd Helen yn cyflwyno adroddiad ar ei newydd wedd. Adroddiad chydig bach wahanol, so yma sydd yn adlewyrchu y datblygiad y gwaith sydd yn rhywbeth da ni wedi pwysleisio. Felly Helen, dros at y ti, bod that. Diolch.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Indeed, this is a slightly revised version based on comments from board members, and it shares what people across North Wales have been telling us between April and August. Those messages are clear and fairly consistent. Waiting times and access can cause distress. Communication can be confusing. And compassion and dignity really do matter very deeply to our population, and especially for those that are most vulnerable.
What people are saying is important, but I think the real question for the board is, so what? And that's what this paper tries to draw out. How can the board ensure that the voices that we are hearing from are shaping our priorities, our decisions, and the way the organisation holds itself to account? The report also highlights where feedback has already driven change, and so examples in there from new approaches to surgery, faster IV services, bereavement care, and women's health. And finally, in the report, citizen engagement is also central to current services discussions, such as Towing and Penley, and to the development of strategic approaches that are getting underway, particularly the new strategy and clinical services plan that Paolo is leading. So today the board is asked to note the themes, to reflect on their implications, and to assure itself that the citizen's voice is shaping transformation at a strategic level and not just on an operational basis.
Iawn. Can you meddwl ag unrhyw un, I ddod y Claire mewn, just before that, Helen, can I ask, one of the challenges often is we've done great work capturing the themes now, and they are, I think it's fair to say, in general, consistent themes, aren't they? So that is a huge piece of work, really good, really comprehensive, very clear. So the challenge now is, how do we get the organisation to respond to that? How can the board get that assurance that what Mrs. Jones or Mr. Williams or whoever else is telling us actually drips through to the people who can do something about it? So what happens with, you know, with this report, and when does it go, and how do we ensure that people act on what's being said? That's putting you on the spot, so apologies for that, but I think it's the question that people do ask.
And I think it's such an important one to reflect on. Angela and team do some of that work, that happens on a daily basis with some of the data that's coming in, and is shared directly back with services so that they can do something about that in real time. There is a parallel piece of work which is much more around working with teams across the organisation at an engagement level to empower and give them the tools in order to do something about this. So we are evolving as an organisation. We've come from not great maturity to moving along that continuum, and we are about to embed that in a much more sustainable way through PPHP committee. There's a discussion indeed in November about how we might do this. So I would say that we are doing a reasonable piece of work in this area. We need to get more thorough, and then we need to capture it in a lot more detail so that we can be assured that it is happening across, embedding it.
Yeah. And helps drive that change, just referring to earlier, the sustainable change. Okay, great. I'll bring Caroline towards the end, but I know Claire wants to make a contribution as chair of PPHP as well, the committee, and I'll bring others in afterwards. Okay, thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr, Claire.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I'm just checking, Rhian, can you hear me?
Yes.
Bendigedig. Rhian gave me feedback last time. She struggled to hear what I say at the meeting, so I'm going to keep looking to see if you can hear me. I've got a micro level question and a macro. It follows on the chair's theme though. So at the kind of micro level, it's good in this paper to see you said we did, but do we actually get back to the person who made the suggested change and tell them we've done something to improve the service or make a change? Because that's so important in raising the confidence levels of people in our communities that we do listen and respond. And if people get that kind of feedback, they think it's worth giving us their views, and they'll also share with their friends, colleagues, neighbours, relatives that we've made a change as a result. And then at the macro level to Paolo, and this is the kind of PPHP role too, as we're developing the next round of our plans for the next 3 years, 5, 10 years, I think we need to have better. We need to be able to reflect some of this much better in terms of what goes into the plan.
Yeah.
Because this is the feedback from people using our services about what needs, what in their view are the biggest priorities for change. And I think at the moment we are not able to properly demonstrate the thread from that feedback to how that means we're prioritising those areas for our future plans. So we just need to think about how we might join all that together a bit better. Diolch.
Claire, I think it's a really good point, and it's we touch on it, don't we, in some of the discussions we have around planning that I was leading. We've got now the Betsy Way engagement framework that feels should be in flashing lights somewhere. So that framework, it's maybe despite the title or because of the title, will give us something to follow in the way we engage with people, not just our population, but our staff. You know, it really, really is important that our staff contributes to the way our services are shaped. I'll stop going on about that a little bit for a moment, but I'll bring others in. So Chris within Eartha.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I think it's building on what you said, maybe a parallel point, and I think to show what we've done, perhaps we have to look at other sources of information, and this will be touched on, I'm sure, at a later point. But when we look at the work that Andrew and team have done on complaints, that the themes around those complaints that we see formally are very similar to those themes that we see in this report. Yeah. And the level of those complaints has decreased and it's being dealt with more quick. I think by way of a yardstick, it might only be anecdotal, but I think that shows that we are listening and hearing, and plainly by reference to that, less complaints are coming in on those particular themes must mean that we're doing something better than we were doing before. That's not to suggest that the problem is fixed or we're doing the best we can, but there is very positive movement in that. So I think that's a very good thing to see.
Really good point. Sort of the relationship between complaints, between engagement, between service design, it's all one, isn't it? So the complaints we receive, you know, it's lots of the best organisation, the best companies go out of their way to get feedback, to actually live feedback, you know. And I think what we are hoping is that resource, that feedback, complaints, whatever we call it, will then be acted on to improve the service, which will then result in positive feedback, as you've said, Chris. So there's a link between all of that. It is all one, actually, isn't it? So really good point, Chris. Eartha.
I've got a few thoughts here. The report on urgent and emergency care, which I thought was very good, and it goes through the different pathways that we're going to be exploring to try and change where demand lies and where it sits, where it meets our offer, basically. Yeah. So it looks at GP and community care, and it looks at how even local authority, social services, all of that partnership working is going to be working together to improve that. And I know Gareth's focusing on primary care. So I'm just wondering, in relation to this engagement, where is engagement at GP level visible? And it's also making me think that maybe we should have primary care community as a standing item, because I think there's loads of reports that there is a relevance to community GP services, but it's not included in the reports. And also we're supposed to be, you know, our aim is supposed to be moving demand. So I just wondered whether we couldn't look at the possibility and benefit. If it's not a benefit, fine, but could we look at the benefit of having a standing item on where we are with understanding our primary and community care services, improvement, innovations, changes in budget way, you know, all of that.
Okay, we've got a few questions now. Claire's posed a few that I asked, particularly Paolo on the all planning side. Helen, so pick up, I will. This has been very creative in the way she's presented that. So one element is the engagement with GP practices and so on, and primary care and that voice. But this is about the citizens' voice, of course. But it's posing another question, and I'll bring Tamina in and Gareth in on that particular one. But there are other questions that Chris has raised and Claire. So Helen, if you want to respond to some of those, then I'll get Paolo, and then I'll bring Tamina in as well to. I don't want us to go to this big discussion on primary care because this is about the citizens' experience, but very valid question. Where is the voice of primary care? So I'll bring Tamina. Gareth's got something to say as well, and then I'll bring Carol in towards the end to after Angela. Right, in that order.
Yeah. So Claire, the question of do we get back to people individually? I think with that happens in pockets. I don't think that happens as a across the organisation. So it's something that we can absolutely look into. We're very much developing toolkits to support people in services to get into this space. So we can certainly pick that up and come back with a response in the future. I'll let Paolo pick up the strategic piece. David, you mentioned the Betsy Way engagement. That is the one going to PPHP in November. There'll be a discussion there. So that has been a big piece of work that's involved our staff, the third sector, and the public to shape what that framework looks like. So that's been ongoing for some time, and the culmination is almost there. With relation to complaints and all the work. Just a reminder, this report pulls together work from Angela's team, from the correspondence with politicians, work that Slice do,
yes,
and so on and so forth. So I think Angela wants to particularly pick up that element around how complaints works and how.
Okay, fine. I'll bring Angela in a second. So, does that? We've got Paolo to respond to the other point that you raised, Claire. Paolo, that's a T.
Really great point, and we quite often in our plans and our strategies are responding to requirements that are put upon us. And I think yesterday the Planning, Population Health and Partnership Committee development session we had, where we're starting to talk about
otherwise known as PPHP for anybody viewing. So thank you. I was going to ask somebody to give the full title. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll mention it a few times in my papers today. I'll try and use the full title. That session was looking at kind of health and well-being and health inequalities overall, and I think we had some really good discussion there about how do we support people in living their best life, and as part of that is what matters to them, and that's a whole nother set of dimensions outside of waiting times necessarily and other things that we're driven on. So it's a really important thread to draw through, and as you know, we've got a number of our strategic pieces of work and our 10-year strategy and our strategic intent and clinical service plan, along with our 3-year integrated medium-term plan. So we'll endeavour to make sure that we represent that well throughout, because it's a great source of insight and information. And alongside that, as David said, our staff's experience within that, we'll need to make sure. I will just say a little plug for our strategy development session on the 8th of October that we've got, because we've got a whole section in there about voices from the community.
Yeah.
So Helen's team have been doing a great job of drawing that through. So we have got some of this stuff in train, but in the documents that we're producing, we need to make sure we adequately reflect that.
Great. So Tamina, Gareth around primary care, then Angela on some of the theme and how that feeds into the work.
So the short answer is yes, please. I think it would be extremely helpful. I think for a number of really understandable reasons that it's no different in the wider UK. There continues to be a focus on hospital delivered services, so planned care, emergency care, the interface around the emergency department. Whereas the biggest opportunity, I think, for us is really pushing into primary community services. There's a huge amount of fantastic work that is already underway. There is a programme of work nationally across Wales around primary care communication, but I think it does sit under the radar. And I've got a community mental health background, but I would always say if you get primary community services right, it will enable some of the challenges we have in the acute services to settle. I was going to sort of pick up the point that Paolo made about that sort of real prevention, and we've got an incredible sort of community capacity and capability that isn't about statutory services. It's about people in those communities and third sector and sort of local community groups in those areas that I think will be one of the sort of pivotal elements of us really delivering that wellness agenda. So we talk about wellness rather than illness. So I'd be absolutely delighted. I guess it's thinking about how we bring that together and make that feel like it's coherent. And I think from a patient and resident perspective, you know, they are often on a pathway of care. They kind of don't really care whether it's delivered by one part of the organisation or another, and we need to make that feel really seamless for them. But I think a lot of support could go into primary community services, and this is one way of us demonstrating to our partners in primary community services that we notice them, we see what their contribution is, and we value that.
Well, Gareth, about the matter of sort of primary care voice getting heard and us getting feedback.
I wanted to link this to something I was going to say and then try not to say because I speak too much. So thank you, Bertha. Passionate. I was really pleased about that. But I did want to say that on the mechanics of it, and obviously this is something that I know that the governance team go away and think about, that one of the things I think that came out of the planning population health and partnerships, or the other way around, committee away day or informal session yesterday, was the importance of engagement with our primary care providers in that committee context, which is not to say I wouldn't really welcome a regular standing item on this. However, what I did want to make the point, and I know I've had a discussion with Helen about this, was that within her report, I think it's a really good report, and I appreciate it draws together a lot of different sources of information. But there was just a sort of reference about the citizen's voice providing real-time intelligence about where inequity is most acute. And that made me slightly nervous because while the problem with the citizen's voice sometimes is that the people who speak are not necessarily the people who are most disadvantaged. And I know you've got efforts to reach out to less heard groups, but just making the link back, that is the thing why talking to our primary care providers who are daily seeing the people with some of the more acute problems, even though the worried well take up a disproportionate amount of their time too. That, you know, that's probably a useful complement to the voice directly of citizens that we've been.
And also via the strategic reference group, but stakeholder reference group, I always get that wrong, stakeholder reference group, who can capture some of those voices too. So that's a really important point. I'll bring Angela in on the sort of insider thing and how that ties together, and then Carol, and then we'll finish unless there's something else to add, Helen.
So from a complaints perspective, as Chris has identified, we've made significant improvements. It's not about the target for us, it's about the learning. So making sure that we're capturing that learning and that feedback however we can. So we send our PALS team and departments to speak to patients, into our ED departments to speak to patients. We've just initiated in the last probably 6 months now a QR code for the staff to be able to recognise compliments that come in. So we know what we're doing well in areas and we try to replicate that in different areas. So we're sort of triangulating all the information. We're having thematic reviews of things that have come through complaints and incidents to identify what we need to do differently. And that's across the whole of BCU. When we have our executive integrated concerns panel on a Tuesday morning, then we look at what's happening and try to make sure that the whole of BCU learns from those incidents, learns from that complaint, learns from the feedback that we're getting and sharing good practice. So I think we are at a local level achieving and giving that feedback. On wards, you can see displays that identify what feedback's been, what the changes have been in the ward and department areas. I think as Helen said, we now need to lift it up a level and potentially be able to feedback to many people. I think we need to have a mechanism to capture that information, but then share it in probably a digital way now because of how things move on.
And I think that reflects some of the issues we have in communicating, where the outside world are in a different place to us, you know, we've director of nursing should be on TikTok, I think. I'm, you know,
Not sure you want
that. You know, but to get those messages to our staff, you know, I think that's the challenge, as you say, Angela. It's not at a too local level, but something good is shared right across the health board and can reach our staff in a whole host of different ways, because people access things in different ways. We don't all access things. We don't all get our information the same way. That's true of our staff. Carol and Helen, unless there's something to come back on, we'll wrap it up afterwards. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Carol.
Diolch, colleagues. So a couple of comments really. This is really a citizen engagement and experience report. We've been using engagement and experience almost interchangeably, and I think they are slightly different lanes, but very connected. And the endeavour is to try to hardwire engagement in the organisation in how we do things. And I think we've got increasing evidence of that. So when I think about IMTP service plans, they are very important. And if we think about our two major change programmes, when we're looking at today, urgent emergency care, one we've looked at before and we'll keep coming back to, is planned care. Both of those really respond to the big themes that people tell us about in terms of their frustration with access. So that's about improving access. At a service level, the QMS, the quality management system, and the quality planning part of that offers real opportunity for services to enable and ensure that people, citizens, patients, carers are feeding back, influencing and co-designing services. So that will be the maturity level that we're seeking to achieve. And there may be some board and committee questions, just a standard question. How have citizens and patients' views been taken into account in designing and evaluating the service? That might be a question that we increasingly ask ourselves around this table.
Be on a standard question for a board paper, actually. Could have done committee papers. You know what? That whole host of which is a lead in maybe from the future generations and so on.
Yeah.
Legislation.
Because we've got to make sure that our words and music match, our intention and our actions reflect one another. Just a quick comment on primary care and citizen experience. I think most GP practices, primary care practices have forums. And remembering that most of the population access their healthcare through primary care, it is really quite important for us to understand what those mechanisms are, how well do they work, are there some gaps, and how might we support our independent contractors with that endeavour. And then on the engagement framework that is within the report, we discussed it at the strategic planning and service change exec group, and the alignment of that into the integrated planning framework will be a real strength for us. So drawing those two things together. And then just on staff, we had our first staff engagement and experience report earlier in the year, and we've got the next one coming up at the next meeting. So it's as important to get that staff engagement and experience in all of the same ways that we do with citizens. So we're moving it forward. I think there's progress being made here.
No, I think this report reflects the development that's been, that Helen's pointed out to us. So that's good, and you know, it's evolving, I think, and there's more to do. But I think we've highlighted this important resource for us in terms of our improvement journey. Anything else to add, Helen, before we close this item?
I think you summed it up really well, Chair. I think the only thing I would add is that other health boards are watching us in this space because we are a bit more mature in how we're thinking this through. So lots to do. But good position.
Great. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Trafodaeth difyr iawn ar y pwnc yma sy'n adlewyrchu, dwi'n meddwl, pwysigrwydd y gwaith yma. a bod ni'n gweld gwaith yma o ymgysylltu ag derbyn negeseuon gan ein pobl ni yn allweddol bwysig. Felly diolch yn iawn am y gwaith yna Helen a tîm a pawb arall. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y droddiad yna, sgwach yn dda. Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa ac eitemau nesa. Dyn ni wedi cyplysu adroddiad cadeirydd y pwyllgor, dyn ni wedi enwi sawl gwaith yn ddiweddar. A wedyn ymlaen i'r eitem gofal brys a gofal ar gyfwng urgent emergency care. Felly dwi'n droi at Clare gynta. Os oes yna rhywbeth gan Clare i nodi yn ei adroddiad hi o'r pwyllgor, wedyn troi at Tamina i gychwyn efo gofal brys a gofal ar gyfwng urgent emergency care. Clare, dros at ti gynta.
Diolch. Some of the things I was going to raise with the board, we've probably had quite a lot of conversation about already this morning, particularly in relation to the workshop that the Planning, Population Health and Partnership Committee held yesterday. But one additional item I did want to alert the board to was the paper that we received at our last meeting around our digital data and technology programme and roadmap. And I think what that report identified to us is that both programmes which are being led internally by our own teams and some of those being led externally through Digital and Healthcare Wales, there are a number of risks that we're managing and dealing with at the Health Board at the moment. Some risks around meeting timescales for delivery, some around potentially budget, and some around, I guess, complexity and challenge around some of the programmes that we're taking forward. That was also reflected in the review we undertook at the meeting around digital and data risks as well. So there is some more detail included on some of the specific programmes in the strategic planning paper, which Paolo will present later on the agenda. So I won't address specific points, but I think that as a whole board, we just need to be alive to the fact that we have a strategic priority around moving forward around delivering more digitally enabled services, introducing new technologies that will help us to improve patient and public experience. But some of the programmes are really quite challenging for us to take forward, and we need to be alive to that. In terms of the development session the committee held yesterday, that was, I guess, some of the early conversations around contributing to the 10-year strategy. We had a particular focus yesterday around how we improve the health and well-being of the population. And I think we've got some quite interesting proposals and plans from the executive that we'll want to talk more broadly with the board about in the coming weeks. I think probably particularly at that session on the 8th of October that's coming up too. And I think also what that workshop was so helpful in doing yesterday, we had quite a lot of discussion around primary care. And the need for us to consider how the committee now has that sitting under its remit, how we're going to be able to bring that to life in terms of both our agendas and the focus of our work over the coming months. And we did talk there about how that ultimately will feed through into our KPI reports and our performance reports, which are silent on primary care at the moment. And the plan is to have some more informal workshops online. And the first area that we're going to focus on is primary care. So hopefully that's the start of us bringing that kind of contribution more broadly to the board. And I think the final thing just to say, because it is on Tamina's next item, is we also looked at the draft winter plan the year ahead. And the committee supported the plan that's been presented to the board today. And I think what we welcomed was there's some plans this winter for some enhanced collaboration and escalation touch points with key partners across the region. So it was good to see that in the paper. Diolch.
Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn am y adroddiad yn ble cynwysfawr yma. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith gyda'r pwyllgor. Lot o bethau'n digwydd ar sesiwn y ddoe o beth dwi wedi clywed. O'n i ddim gallu bod yn presennol anffodus with galwad eraill, ond o beth dwi wedi clywed wedi bod yn werthfawr iawn. Felly diolch i bawb am hynny. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw, Clare? Mike.
Diolch. It is very comprehensive. It analyses the background problems, the causation, and covers all the. I think it covers all the bases except one. If there's a theme of today's meeting, it's probably going to be general practice. They're independent contractors. One of the issues identified is the still long waits in some practices.
Just sorry to interrupt, Mike. Can I ask you to hold that thought? Because I think you can contribute to the next item on that, urgent and emergency care.
Winter planning.
And the winter planning maybe under that. Is that okay?
Of course it is, yeah.
Yeah. I think then we will sort of see everything in the round, as it were, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much. But it is something that the committee itself has discussed, of course, and is scrutinising. Unrhyw un arall cwestiwn i Claire? Na. Derbyn y droddiad gan Claire, felly pawb yn hapus, diolch am y gwaith ardderchog. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, 2517, gofal brys y gofal ar gyfrwng, and Tamina, I'm going to ask you to lead on this. I know that others will want to come in, and it's in two sections. We've got the urgent emergency care major change programme, the report on that, and the progress. We've got then the winter resilience planning. Mike, I will come to you first, definitely, when we come to that, if that's okay. Apologies for stopping you from midstream, as it were, or mid-flow, maybe that's a better expression. But I'll come to you first when there's an opportunity to contribute. So, Tamina, just that's a tea. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. So yes, we've got two papers. I suggest we look at the update on the 6 goals urgent emergency care major change programme first, and then we can focus on the specific actions that we'll be taking to make this winter more manageable. It is a detailed report, thank you, and it's based on a programme, the context of which is there, that's been running for 2.5 years, and this particular programme is due to end at the end of March. It's unlikely that it will, because there's still a lot of activity, not just in North Wales, but across wider Wales, to deliver certainly against some of the enabling actions, but it will probably be reframed in some way. I think it's probably worth, the first thing I should say is certainly my experience, and I think any of our colleagues who spent any time in and around our services recognise we've got very committed, passionate staff with a lot of skill and expertise. I think you feel sometimes they're working in quite challenging environments that maybe don't enable them to deliver the care that they would choose to. What this particular programme does is try to think a bit sort of medium to longer term in terms of those improvement actions we could put in place to make it more likely we can deliver the care that we would choose to, and that our residents experience the care and experience and outcomes that we would choose them to as well. However, it's a very busy life in our ED departments, and it's very busy in the hospitals. And I think one of the things that I would reflect on is that giving people a little bit of time to take even a minute or 2 or 5 minutes step out from what it feels like every day, I think is one of the challenges that we've experienced. And I suppose my other reflection is, when we talk to staff, I think people have got a really good idea what needs to be done. We've got a lot of data that we've been looking at over a number of months, but pushing that into a set of really quantifiable actions with a plan that we can see and own and recognise is still an area that we're struggling with. And I think that's a bit of a reflection on some of the expertise we have in the organisation to do some of that programme and improvement work. So that's certainly something that I've been working with the team on. I think it's really important that any work we do around here is clinically led. I'm delighted we've been now able to appoint a clinical lead for the UEC programme. I will embarrass you, Karen, but it's going to be Karen working with us on 4 sessions a week.
They are.
And we've also identified there were 2 other people who put themselves forward who are really skilled, and we were working with them to look at very specific areas of work, which you'll recognise from the report, one of which is a single point of access. And then the other is about acute frailty model at the front door. I think it's worth saying we still operate sort of very much around a 3-site model. And I think one of the big prizes for us will be really pushing to have a single model for Betsy, even if some of the delivery is amended or adapted to the particular environment that those people are working in or patients are being seen in. So if you spent any time on the 3 sites, you'll know that each of the emergency departments, for example, look very different. So really at this stage, and I'm happy to take any kind of questions, I suppose it's really for the board to recognise the work that's already been done, but I think also acknowledge that we have still a way to go to shift the dial on some of these core areas of performance that we're looking to do.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Really important topic, and it's probably one of the themes going back to the correspondence we receive from elected members, but also the public, and the conversations I have when I see people around the region. This is one of the big topics. It's to do with access. So really important that we have a discussion today that will, at the end of that discussion, have clarity around what's the action, what's happening, how are we going to ensure improvement. So I will invite people to make contributions and ask questions in a very constructive way, but with a focus, please, on what's happening, what's the action, how are we going to ensure that we meet some of the targets government sets us, or actually, how are we going to ensure we meet all the targets government sets us in this field? How are we going to improve things? So lots of people will want to contribute, Tamina, and then I'll give you an opportunity to come back and reflect on that. Right, yn y drefn yma, na i fynd â Paul o gynta, a wedyn na i ddod at Mike, wedyn sydd eisiau dweud rhywbeth am y geir, ond Paul o gynta, na i ddod â pawb arall mewn wedyn. Iawn. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. I just wanted to point to some really good conversations that happened at our regional partnership board, the RPB, last week on this.
Yeah.
I think it really underlined to me and highlighted the importance of partnership working in this space, both in the day-to-day operation, but also in the broader programme. And Tamina talked about the importance of staff and their ideas and solutions. Often they have that. Obviously, that's as equally as relevant across other partner organisations as well. And there are lots of useful suggestions, quite a lot of them in the preventative space, from some of our care home colleagues, for example, around antibiotics and falls and access to kind of expertise and supporting decision making. So I just wanted to make the point really that Tamina and team and kind of my team as well are also talking to partners around these things. We'll make sure that these are reflected appropriately in the plans, because this is a whole system answer to the problems. So we're making sure that we're working in that space as well.
Yeah, really good point. And I asked Pam and the team to circulate those papers that were presented to the Regional Partnership Board last week, actually, because they did touch on those themes, as you mentioned. So all board members will have had an opportunity to see that. Until next, then I'll bring Mike in.
Diolch. I just wanted to comment, I think the papers are a really good paper and identifies the things that we need to do across the health board and downstream rather than just being about the front door. So often people think the problem is at the front door in an emergency department, and that's where we need to address things. But I found that we need to have the whole of the organisation owning the issues that are at the front door and identifying how they need to work together to make changes in their own environments to allow us to get the flow through the organisation. So those are the conversations that I've been having with Tamina and with my directors of nursing around how we can support that. And I just want to say, I think Karen is a brilliant opportunity for us to get that lead, because she's respected across the whole of the organisation. So that PAN BCU working will allow us to take that forward.
Great. That's great to have the endorsement, Karen. I was going to say no pressure, but actually there is pressure. So, but we will support you in that. Mike, something to say on this? I know you'll have something to say about the winter planning as well, but on this in particular,
Chair. Yeah, we're all here because of pressure. It's what keeps us going. So really, Claire triggered a thought. We can have all the citizen feedback in the world, you know, that we can obtain, but if we're not joined up with primary care, where 90% of healthcare actually is delivered, we can't crack the problems. So the suggestion is a simple one, and that is, given that GP is delivered by, in the main, independent contractors, the board is not responsible for their actual delivery of healthcare. We have an oversight, but is there not some way we can respond to the difficulties in getting GP appointments that we know there are examples of good practice across North Wales? We have our own managed practices, one of which has got I think, a very good system.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can share good practice with the GP community just to try and, it's the one thing that's missing from the plans that we have, because it's not in our arena, it's in the hands of our independent GPs. So just wondering if we can assist in any way just by sharing ideas to reduce the difficulty in obtaining appointments.
I think that's a really important point as part of the system that we talked about. So I'll ask Tamina to reflect on that, because we do know people I do see sometimes when in emergency departments are people who have failed to get a GP appointment, of course. So they turn up at our emergency department. So really important point by Mike, then how can we do something about that? Trian, ti nesa.
Okay.
I know that ti cyn y diwedd, Gareth.
Just a few little points, and I'm speaking in English, and I couldn't find this paper in the Welsh.
No.
So I didn't have the terminology, sorry. I agree with what Angela's just said, is you don't sort out the front door, you need to sort out the flow and the back door as well. But I was quite interested at those 4 different stages. I was talking to a consultant last week about the front door in this case, and he said it needed to be triaged, it needed to be staffed by senior decision makers, and that would help a lot. And I don't know to what extent that happens within our EDs, you know, what level of people are there. And I also felt that maybe there's a step missing, or I haven't been told about. You know, you've got same-day emergency care. Who's responsible for ensuring that when that person is sent away at the end of the day, that it's done safely, that there is some sort of wraparound for that person at home? Because I've got, okay, it's anecdotal, but I've got an example of somebody who was sent home on a Saturday and there was no wraparound from anybody over a weekend. And that person ended up being readmitted through ED the following Wednesday. So, you know, I think there are a couple of steps along the way here that could be improved, or maybe it's already happening, but I don't know about it. And then the other thing I was slightly disappointed about was the implementation of the acute frailty service. Now that would have been ideal in this particular case I'm talking about, but it wasn't there.
No.
And in the paper, it's reported that there's static progress on it, which is disappointing, because I'm sure it'll be really, really valuable when it's firing on all cylinders. So they're just a few points I wanted to make about those 4 main areas. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Claire, ti nesa.
Diolch.
Wedyn Chris.
It's really good to see the paper, diolch. I think it's the first time at the board level that we've had a sort of detailed paper on this subject, so good to see it. There isn't anything in what we're planning to do that I would say we shouldn't be doing. My question actually is though about some of these topics that are in the plan I've heard being talked about on many occasions in my time on the board. So my question really, Tamina, sorry, is how confident are we that we do have now the right partnership? So it's good to hear Paolo's feedback from the RPB last week, but nothing will change unless we have partners working with us proactively. We have follow through on the things that we've identified here. So it's a question about our confidence levels and how as a board we can help to manage the risks in this area, so that we do start to see some incremental, I mean, we'd all like it fast, but incremental, consistent progress that we can start to build the public's confidence in this space, because it probably is one of the biggest things that we hear most criticism about. Certainly as someone living in one of our communities, it is. So
okay.
So sorry, it's a big hard question, but
I'll
get traction.
I'll build on that shortly, because I think that's the fundamental question actually, and we'll bring Tamina back to reflect on that, Carol. So Chris, Arthur, Wyn and Gareth.
Thanks, Chair. I think echoing what's already been said, but then with a view to plan BCU implementation, especially across the acute sites, insofar as I think anecdotally there's evidence of different sites doing different things, both with the intentions of, and I think if you look at these areas of focusing on both meritorious but different areas, and I suppose by way of example, I heard the Maylor was stacked with ambulances that had been there for time immemorial, I'm sure, but had plenty of space inside, and perhaps we're focusing more on the flow and getting people through, whereas YGC had no ambulances, but a hospital that was almost entirely full and patients in corridors, etc. And it's that they're both targeting very needed elements of this plan, but in different ways and with different approaches. So I wonder, how do we rationalise and formalise the implementation across the acute site, so we're all pushing in the same direction, doing the same thing and getting better results, I'd say. Just an observation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Important points there. Arthur, Wyn and Gareth.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. Yeah, a really detailed report, really clearly set out, really understandable where we are in relation to where we want to get to. It is a big ask, it is ambitious, I think we're all aware of that, but I guess I'm particularly interested in the fragility around our partners, and Claire has made some reference to that, but especially in relation to the single point of access, where there is a noted reliance on third sector. Trusted assessor is going to, that relationship, that joint team, health and social services, that's going to be really important, but also will equally rely on some third sector services. And I guess of all of the partners, I mean, I know that, finances for all of us isn't guaranteed. Local authorities are really pushed, but I think of all of the partners, the third sector is probably the most fragile. Yet 24/7, single point of access, that's another big ask. So I'm just wondering how we've looked at that side of it, the fragility of the third sector. Is there any way we can assist them or point them, different directions, or, indeed help them achieve through our funding the goals that they've
Yeah, good point. Teresa, ti nesa cyn Gareth hwn, wedyn Gareth.
Diolch, Deirydd. Dwi'n falch gweld y papur, mae yna gymaint o bwysau ar yr adrannau reit ar draws y gogledd. Dwi yn gweld o fel system o weithio. Ond gweld cyfle dwi i'r gweithwyr proffesiynol perthynol i iechyd yr AHPs yn y maes yma, neu wedi cefo'r maes bregus, fanna mae cleifion bregus. Oedd Rhian yn sôn am y gofal dros penwythnosa ag ati ar y wraparound. Gymaint allan nhw gynnwys wedyn edrych ymlaen i weithio efo Tamina i wneud yn siŵr fod y cyfleoedd yna'n dod drwodd a bod ni ddim yn methu'r cyfle yna yn y dyfodol. Dim ond eisiau deud hynna, gweld bod y physios ar OTs yn gallu wneud gymaint.
Yeah, like that, and I'm sure that something that Emma would also embrace from the perspective and the committee as well. So yeah, really good point. Diolch yn iawn, Teresa. Gareth, ti nesa.
Sort of a fairly simple question and then a comment about something I think we can do and do better. The question was, I mean, although there are some areas where we seem to be seeing some marginal improvement, this is really, really stubborn, isn't it?
Yeah,
really stubborn.
Yeah.
But just looking at the data, and the data can mislead you. I mean, there are other parts of Wales where they seem to have made a real difference. So Cardiff and Vale, but more particularly, more recently, I think CTM. Sorry, which I'm now going to I got there. So I just wanted. The question is, are we making sure that we really can learn as much as
Yeah.
possible from there?
Yeah.
I'm sure, you know, there's not to doubt our staff, but I just would like some assurance on that. I guess the point about something I think we could do something about. And I think that the problem with it's a very good report, as people have said, but it's very comprehensive. And there's, to take Claire's point, the risk is that if you prioritise everything, nothing changes. And I'm intuitively, I feel that we mustn't hold on to doing some of the things we could do something about until we've got sort of everything perfect.
Yeah.
And the thing I feel very passionate about, and Tamina knows this because we had some discussion. There's one line in the paper that says, amongst other key areas of improvement, that one of the problems, this is Mike's point as well, the difficulty in accessing GP appointments leaves people with no alternative but EDs. Now that made me scream, because for quite a lot of people there are alternatives, there are minor injuries units. And one of the things I've been getting very frustrated about is, later on we're going to talk about the Royal Alex, which I'm really excited about. And one of the really exciting things in that is talking about a minor injuries and ailments unit. And the way in which it's described is as a nurse-led service with some clinical supervision, but actually quite limited. But when you talk to our MIUs, they say, well, we can't expand what we do because we don't have enough doctors supervising. So somewhere or other, there's an inconsistency. And if only we had a consistent offer from our MIAUs, that we could make sure that's well understood. Because one of the things I hear is about Cross Wales, actually not just in Betsy, that if you ring 111, and at the end of the day, the two things they are for you are either ED or go back to your GP, which doesn't really get you out of the loop. And also WAST, in certain parts of Wales now, they will deliver people to MIUs if they are confident that the services are going to be there at the time they're delivering them. And I know we're going to come separately onto winter pressures, but there is, I'm only doing this really, and it's not to be hypercritical, because it is so difficult to put things over in an understandable way. But there's one bit that relates to this, which made me think this is where we need to have our ducks in a row and be able to tell a clear story. And it says, in the reference, better utilisation of it, and I'm not going to try and give you all the acronyms because some of them I don't know what they mean. Better utilisation of SDEC and other front door services through SDEC, AMU, SAU, hot clinics, GPOOHs to support SPO referrals alternative to ED. So, if we've got all those things, that some of which I don't know what they are, we're a big organisation. It doesn't need to be that complicated, is what I'd say.
Diolch yn fawr, Gareth, some really good points there. So I'm going to bring Tamina, Carol. I just want to try and summarise where I think we're at. Tamina, you come into the organisation fairly recently, and you've been faced with this massively challenging situation. And I think it's fair to say some of us who were in this organisation for the first time 2.5 years ago, it was one of the things that impressed on us, I think it's fair to say, isn't it, Gareth, performance in this area. This isn't new. This has been static for the last 2.5 years, and previously as well, I'm sure. But this is where we're at. First of all, a large percentage of the public now see NHS equals their hospital. A large percentage. And it varies across the region, varies across where you are, but a percentage of people, when they have a need, will access that need by turning up in the emergency department. That's the reality. So that's hugely problematic, as Gareth has explained, others have explained, but that's the reality. The second thing is we have people waiting in ambulances for extreme lengths of time. Extreme lengths of time. We have people waiting in emergency departments for extreme lengths of time, which is causing harm. That is a fundamental thing that should worry all of us. that is the situation. That is the reality. And we can have the strategies and all the rest of it. That's the reality for people out there. The third thing, I think, is in all of that, we've got a clogging up of the system that we need to try and address somehow. That is, we've got people in the system who shouldn't be there, as many have said. And that is fundamental. Now, whether that is the front door, back door, or whatever other door, that's the reality. We've got people coming into the system who shouldn't be. The paper talks about potential improvements. We talked about working with partners. We've talked about a whole system approach. All of that. But we need to do something short term. I think Gareth has hit an important point where we don't have to have 100% of 100% in order to achieve something. We can't wait for that. The situation is too desperate for that. It is dire. There's no other way of describing it, I'm afraid. I know because I see people in the emergency departments and people tell me about their experiences. So we've got to do something in the short term, which is contrary to what I've said earlier, actually. But the situation is so dire, we can't just wait for all the ducks to be lined up perfectly. We've got to do something. Now, all that plays out into targets that government set us that we are failing pretty miserably on, actually. But the most important thing is we are failing our citizens. That's the most important thing. So I'm saying all of that. Tamina's inherited all of this. You know, it's what you're calling rugby a hospital pass, which isn't a very good one, and that's ironic, isn't it? But that is the reality. I'm seeing it as it is, people, and I do want to emphasize it's not a good place to be. It's not a good place for our staff, for the people we serve. There's a huge risk. So, as a board, as a unitary board, all of us together, we need to do something about this in the short term as well as the long term. So we will want to know what's the plan to ensure change? How are we going to monitor improvement? How are we going to get the insurance on a regular basis through the various committees and the board that we are making progress? How are we going to see the progress? How are we going to touch it? What's it going to feel like? That is tangent, not just strategy, not just policy, but actually something that is going to make a real difference for people, which will in turn help us to deliver what the expectation is from government. But first and foremost, to ensure that our people of the communities across this region get the service they deserve. That's the challenge. It's not easy, but this is the time for leadership. This is the time where we need to step up and we need to make a difference. This is why we're in these roles we have. You know, if it was easy, it would have been done years ago. It's not easy. But I'm looking around the table and I'm seeing leaders. So it's time for leadership. So I'm offering that challenge to myself, but all of us as a board. So some answers, Tamina and Carol, and for all of us to reflect tangible results, tangible improvement, short term. I think we've got a picture of the long term. We know what it could look like, but we need it short term as well, which is contrary to what I've said previously. but we are in a crisis situation. I don't think I'm overstating that. Carol.
No, you're not overstating that. So we've just done an agreement. I'll go first, then Tamina will comment, and then I'll mop up anything else.
Okay.
So, and this is the very reason why this is a focus on for the board. 4 major change programs. If there's any area we need to change in health provision, it is this area. We have all got personal stories of family, friends, people in our communities that have had a terrible experience. We've got colleagues who are having a daily terrible experience. So, you know, if anyone was in any doubt, please don't be. And the challenge in here, I know I've been in the NHS nearly 40 years, goodness me, I must have been a child, but you know, the challenge and the ability of the NHS to adapt and adopt has not kept up. There have been, if you take, you know, a decades look back, really significant changes that the NHS has brought forward, but they've not been significant enough to adapt to our new demography and the challenges that we've got. We're an iller nation, we're an older nation, all of those issues. For us, in terms of where we are now, there's 2 elements. There's a marginal gains element and there's a big transitions element. Marginal gains, doing the basics well every single day will bring marginal gain, and marginal gain adds up, and we know that makes a difference. And then there are the big transitions. The big transitions are really about what does modern access to healthcare look like, particularly when it's on the day healthcare. And we go back to primary community care. I've got some strong views about how that needs to be reshaped, as well as what our front door of our hospitals should look like. When I trained in 1987, EDs were largely about heart attacks and accidents. You know, they are not that now.
No.
They are not that. They are primarily, and what we call, and Karen will help me here, undifferentiated general medicine. It's frailty, lots of chronic conditions, and we have not adapted as an NHS sufficiently on that. So there are some big picture models of care that we'll need to deal with, but we can't wait for that. We've got to do some stuff in the meantime. This isn't necessarily about money. So I just put that on the table. £10 million of additional funding has gone into this area, but it is funding what we call failure demand. Who wanted to be a corridor care nurse? And I know Billy feels very strongly about that, as do many of us who've been in the profession. Progress chasers. That doesn't sound such a great title. So we are investing money. It's an important role, let me say, for anyone who's, you know, under any illusions, it's not. But actually, it is about doing things because we've not designed the service properly. So it's not necessarily a money issue, but we're funding failure. We are, just to confirm, David, we are the worst performing health board in terms of our ED ambulances as we sit here today. That is not not acceptable, and none of us want that to happen. And other health boards are making significant progress. So what is it that they're doing? If I simplify it down, it's one single thing. They are focusing on flow. Our data tells us that actually demand and capacity in our EDs is largely in balance, but half of our ED departments are occupied by patients who are waiting for a bed. So they can't be bringing people in. And it's very distressing for people to be on chairs or on trolleys or whatever overnight. So we've got to focus on flow, and that is the immediate, and risk balancing across the system. So a lot of risk in the ED departments and actually in the community, because ambulances can't get to people, and our wards perhaps feeling less risk. That's where others have made the change, and that's the discussion we had yesterday.
Can I just emphasize on flow, because it's a term that is used constantly, and when I do visit some of our ED departments, there's a lot of talk about flow, and I know Paul in Ysbyty Gwynedd is doing really good work around that. But this isn't new.
No.
So what's going to be different? If, you know, we've got 300 patients currently across our hospitals who are waiting to go home. That number is constant, actually. So the question is, what's going to be different? How are we going to reduce the 300 to, well, let's say 150?
Yeah, and £30 million, I think it's £30 million has gone directly from government to local authorities to expand community care. Because if I may just make a comment earlier, I don't want us to get into a place where we blame patients or GPs for going to emergency departments. They go to emergency departments because they're open and that's where they think they can get service. And that's because our primary community services are either underdeveloped or underinvested in. And that is, it's clear, all the evidence tells us that. So really what's got to be different is the investment in primary community care, both I'd call it at the front end and the back end. So these 4 steps in this programme are front end, back end, all really about primary community care. So unless we sort that and really focus on investing in that, we are going to get congestion here. There's some other stuff about risk balancing, risk decision making, clinical decision making about thresholds for discharge. Our length of stay is longer than our peers. We keep people too long.
We have some really good patients.
We give them a lovely coach and we want to keep them, but it's not good, you know, and I don't think hospitals are a good place. So we've really got to focus on flow. And then my final point really is about major change. And this is this bit about marginal gains and then big steps. Consistent, simplified, standardized models of care across the organisation. That's the number one thing we've really got to do. That's the same in planned care. So we know what offer we're, and Gareth, I'm taking up that MIAU challenge because it feels frustrating. Frustrated to me as well. Let's do, this is the model of care and this is how we're going to implement it. Standard. So we know what we're providing. Patients know what we're providing. And then I've got to say a relentless focus on implementation. Because it goes back to Claire's point. We can have all the lovely words and the plans. I've heard it before as well. But what are we implementing, by when, with what impact? And if we don't do that, what's the recovery action that we're going to take? So that grip, I think, on this, because people are motivated to make a difference. So I think it's about the grip. And that is something for us to learn. My final comment as an organisation is how we make change happen. And so we are learning and refining this.
It's action. So Tamina, by the way, David Reelsford is from Dainiol. And I think you mentioned marginal gains about 4 times. So he'd be really pleased about that. So great. So Tamina.
Yes.
Did you catch that hospital pass?
I did. Thank you very much. I'm just about holding it with a few sort of colleagues of mine to provide some support. I think one of the independent members was talking about it being a really ambitious plan. Don't hate me, but I don't think in some ways it's ambitious enough because what we're still doing is looking at what people we have done, because in some ways there's been a drive towards that from the way it's come through, is we're focusing on the 6 goals, which do have the components before and afterwards, but there's like a separate primary care transformation programme. There's a separate enhanced care and community programme. And so for me, the ambition is we tie that all together because it's all part of the experience and the pathway and the stream that patients would go through. There's lots of things. I mean, there are huge amounts of opportunity. That's part of the reason why I'm sort of excited to come here, because there's lots that we just haven't done yet. And yes, if we did, it would make a difference. And there's a bit of a segue into the winter plan, which by the way, which is an assessment of our readiness for winter. It's not the plan yet, but that plan will be that things need to happen every single day on every single shift that we would expect. And none of that is unknown. People, our teams within the department absolutely know what is required of them. And just the core principles about, discharge before 10 o'clock, discharge before midday, the kind of things that we would need to do. And we've been talking about, it's a concept I haven't had in England, which is the next patient, please. I describe that as a pull methodology. And even though flow itself is a bit tricky because it implies things get pushed, and it's that risk balance balance, which is I have a space coming up on the ward, so I will pull that patient up because then that creates a little bit more space here. I've got some space in the ED, so I'll pull that patient off the ambulance so they're in the right place. And it's a different way of thinking. And when people are under pressure, you tend to sort of push and avoid. And why would I take a very sick patient when I'm just about to discharge a much weller patient? Well, we need to kind of shift that view. We need to look at our community hospitals and the criteria for acceptance so that we are driving them to pull patients out. And absolutely, patients should be at home when they can be at home.
Yeah.
It's the best thing for them. So I think there are some really key principles, and I don't think anybody disagrees.
No.
It's just
No.
me, you know, what am I doing tomorrow and Monday? And we are now establishing pretty much a daily getting ready for winter plan, which is about that, some of those principles. And in doing that, it will make some of the bigger, medium to longer term plans feel a bit more possible, because hopefully people will start to see that it is possible to make a change. It is possible to create a bit more control in the environment, because sometimes can feel a little bit scary. But the prime thing is actually what we want to do is stop people getting into crisis.
Yes.
At the point at which they there feel the only opportunity for them is to come into ED. So for me, that's a really sort of big prize. So I think there has been a bit of a theme in the board today about where we need to focus our attention that will make the difference in the areas where we are really struggling. So
No, really good point. Yeah, thank you very much. And also this matter of standard model of care, and also a standard approach across the health board, you know, where there are good practice in some areas, but we should be also replicating that across the health board. So I'm going to return to, if we come back here in 3 months' time, what's going to be different?
So
how are we going to ensure? How are we going to ensure it's going to be different? Because that is what people in our communities want to know. What can we achieve in the short term to make people's experience better?
Well, if I just say there is a government requirement to reduce ambulance handovers to no more than 45 minutes from the 1st of October.
Yes.
So that is a requirement that will be tracked and will be very visible to the board members and to people in our communities. In terms of presenting information, we're going to be recasting some of the performance information. We'll come on to that. And in a way, just as a headline level, a smaller number of the biggest impact indicators that say, we are supporting you out of your ambulance and into a department, seeing a front senior decision maker very early in that pathway. So if we were to track through 2, 3, 4, 5 key indicators, that relentless focus on that. So very visible, it needs to be very visible. I think the sense of what happens underneath the board, we've got the integrated, the executive integrated performance delivery group. This is a key issue for that meets monthly. And I think, Gareth, in terms of your committee, this is the item that goes through to the committee. And I know the committee's had a lot of focus on planned care, and this is the other big focus for that. I think we should start just linking it to Helen's gone now, but to the citizens' experience. Let's bring through the numbers of concerns and pieces of feedback in this area and track through whether we are actually making the difference.
Yeah, and maybe that is quarterly at the moment. Maybe we can consider, do we need to bring it just that particular segment, as you say, as part of a report. We also, I think, need to get some intelligence with our local authority partners. What's happening with that funding? It's not for us to decide, but clearly we've got a vested interest. So I think we have been trying to make some inquiries. There's some really good work going on with both Ynys and Gwynedd. I know from my conversations with colleagues in Ysbyty Gwynedd, but I'd really like to know what's happening with other local authority partners with that particular investment, and how we can help the people who want to get home or elsewhere out of hospital, really. So Okay, lots to do on that, to say the least. Rhian, ti should know.
On discharge, I found interesting, I think it's in this paper, that of the 300 or so, 175 are actually in our community hospitals, not in our acute. So that's significant in itself. But I've visited a few community hospitals, and although the Welsh Government has revised its guidance or assistance with regard to reluctant discharge, because there are a number of families who don't really want, because there's a financial implication there as well as a geographical implication there. I think there's something we could do at that end of the chain as well.
Good point. Yeah, pick that up. Eartha, gair ola I ti.
Just a really quick question. So the 30 million, is that one-off or recurrent for local authority?
It's one-off.
One-off.
Yeah.
That's across Wales, so I think 7 million's coming to North Wales.
Yeah.
I guessed it was not.
Yes.
There has been routinely, she says, non-recurrent monies given to the NHS every year for winter. It's been in the region of 20 to 50 million. That hasn't come to us this year. It's gone directly to local government.
Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen, felly, rhan nesa, Tamina, you've touched on the winter resilience planning, but do you want to say more about that section?
Yes, so I suppose just to rehearse, and it did go through PPHP. So what we've been asked to submit to date from on the 12th of September was a regional self-assessment against the sort of enabling actions to deliver safe care over winter. So we were able to do that. And I think Paolo referred to the RPB Regional Partnership Board meeting last Friday, where we had much more in-depth conversation with our partners about what would that mean in practice, and as part of that, what our joint expectations are of how we might manage some of our concerns, escalations and challenges, particularly as we get into winter. The full plan is expected on the 31st of October. So Paul Andrew, who you've referred to, is managing the winter plan across the health board, but also with our regional partners. So there will be a further update on that finalised winter plan. So I guess really it was from the information we had there, were there any sort of questions or concerns or any thoughts about what you might expect to be included in that plan to give the health board assurance that we effectively have our ducks in a row and we have a series of escalations and different additionalities in place that enable us to manage winter. I suppose a sort of core part of it is all of our services have business continuity plans in any case, which are they're relevant throughout the year because we know we have different kinds of pressures at different times of the year. So we already should know as an organisation, a set of services, how we respond to adverse weather, staff sickness, increase in demand, etc. So what the winter plan is looking at is what in addition to those things might we need at those particular times of pressure. And we're really looking in detail at how we manage pretty much the 21st of December through to the 6th, 7th of January, because they tend to be the areas where we have most challenge in terms of demand and most likely to have less availability of care outside the hospital setting, for example, or people on leave, and a significant amount of sickness and different kinds of illness that come through in the winter that we wouldn't see during the summer. So that's effectively what the winter plan is trying to accommodate. I think you've mentioned some of the data work that Paul's been doing in Ysbyty Gwynedd, and he's actively rolling that out now to the other two EDs, because that's a way of really understanding any sort of given minute, what demand is, where the capacity is, where there's gaps, what's happening in terms of our wards, whether our bed capacity is what we need it to be, the number of discharges we need each day to enable us to kind of maintain balance within the ED. So there's a lot of data and evidence base going into this plan, as well as how do we manage flow on a day-to-day basis.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw sylw neu gwestiynau, dwi am droi at meic gynta. Wrth gwrs, rhyw sylw ar hwn gen ti, Mike.
No, I made the point earlier, thanks.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? A mae'r adroddiad wedi bod trwy'r pwyllgor, ond I think I'm right in saying that, as you've described, the winter plan will be formed and will come to the board, or do you want to explain that?
Yes, so Pam's just given me a nudge. I hadn't quite forgotten. We're moving quite quickly. I was expecting more comments on this. As Tamina said, this doesn't have to be submitted until the end of October, so it's still rather a work in progress. We've been to a number of committees, I think, and had some feedback. In fact, we had a exec session on this yesterday as well, and I think there is more that we can contribute to on this one. So I think we're asking the board if you would delegate the final sign off to the executive committee, and we'll bring back and circulate the final submission. So Pam, we're able to do that in our governance.
Okay. Pawb yn hapus I wneud hynny a derbyn yr adroddiad?
Yeah, just on that point.
Yes.
I mean, partly because of me, so I know that we've got a PPHP on the 28th of October. So
Yes.
while obviously
Can
at
we
that stage
bring
it's a
it
bit
there
late to
then?
make final changes, it will be
Yeah.
Sure.
possible to put it through the
Can we,
committee.
can we put it on the agenda?
Yeah, it was on the last agenda, but yeah, great to see the final version.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, and all board members an opportunity to see it then as it's sent to government, yeah. Okay, pawb yn hapus? Diolch yn iawn. Diolch I Tamina yn arbennig am y gwaith mae hi'n neud yng nghanol y storm, ac mae yn stormus. Felly, dyn ni'n diolchgar iawn I Tamina am yr arweiniad ac yn edrych mlaen at gefnogi hi ac eraill. Ond mae yna waith yn pwysig iawn I wneud yn does. Diolch yn iawn. Reit, dyn ni yn mynd I gael toriad am ychydig rwan, yn wir, dyn ni'n cael toriad am 10 munud. Amser I chi yn y baned ac yn y blaen, dyn ni'n ail ddechrau 11:45. Ysgolch yn dda, 10 munud o doriad. Diolch yn iawn. Croeso nôl, diolch am ail ymuno â ni. Da ni'n bwrw ymlaen gyda'n agenda yma yn ein cyfarfod bwrdd a'r eitem nesa sydd gennym ni ydy eitem o gwmpas cynllunio strategol. A nifer o faterion i ni ystyried a dwi am droi at Paolo i gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Diolch yn fawr, Paolo.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Na i siarad ni trwy'r eitem yma amdano rhaglenni allweddol. Purpose of this paper is to provide a strategic overview of the progress across our key programmes following an initial paper that was circulated to board in May. It gives us some highlights of the progress across a number of the individual programmes. The board's just asked to discuss the report, receive assurance on the progress being made, and including the updated provisions for oversight and assurance, and then agree the frequency in which we receive updates at every other board, noting that the Planning, Population Health and Partnerships, PPHP committee is there to provide oversight along with the Executive Strategic Planning and Service Change Group going forward. So if I'll just highlight a few key points in relation to the paper and then open up for any questions. As it was previously introduced at the board, there are 15 key programmes that are covered in this report. That's not to be confused with the 4 major change programmes of Foundations for the Future, Planned Care, Value and Sustainability, and of course emergency care that we heard about in previous item. Historically, the programmes have largely been categorised into kind of digital and capital type spaces, but now we're trying to take a more holistic approach, which is focusing on the service change and the improvement that is as the lead drivers. So the 15 programmes have kind of been grouped loosely into 5 categories that you can see in the paper that really tries to align that service change and improvement. So mental health, planned care, improving safety, efficiency and effectiveness through of care through digitisation, diagnostics improvements, and then a suite on the health and wellbeing hubs. Programme development and management is kind of maturing in this space, and it's important that we try and get the configuration of the underpinning work streams right. That means that we're covering the right breadth of service change activity. So we're trying to make sure across all we have a consistency in terms of service design, workforce, comms and engagement, estates and digital as some of the key work streams there. There's progress being made in a range of areas, and maybe I'll just invite a couple of colleagues to support with a brief overview of some progress in a couple of areas, if that's okay, Chair. So I was going to offer a few words for Teresa, radiology informatics system, programme RISP, and also Russell on the Llandudno Planned Care Hub.
Diolch. Paolo, na i sôn fymryn am RISP, mae o yn eich gwaith papur chi, a mae'n gyfnod cyffroes iawn o ran RISP. Mi welwch chi fanna RISP ydy, fel mae Carol di sôn yn barod, y Radiology Informatics Procurement Programme, yn Gymraeg y rhaglen system gwybodeg y radioleg, ac yn syml be ydi o bod ni'n trio moderneiddio'n system ni. Mae'r rei o'r systema sy'n rhan o'r system radioleg di bod yn ei lle ers 10 mlynedd ar 20. Maen nhw'n mynd yn hyn, swn i'n deud, na'm maen nhw'n mynd yn hen, a maen nhw wedi mynd yn hen. Wedyn mae angen system modern yn ei le, a mae hwn yn system ar draws Gogledd Cymru, ar draws Betsi Cadwaladr. Mae hwn yn rhaglen ganedlaethol. Be sy'n bwysig ydy, mae ni di'r cyntaf mewn ffordd fel Bwr Iechyd sydd wedi mynd efo'r system i gyd, a mae'r tîm di wneud yn wych. Rhaid mi ddeud, dim di bod bob peth yn esmwyth. Mae hwn yn gwaith partneriaethol hefo DHCW yn genedlaethol, ac hefyd hefo Phillips ac ati. Ond mae'r tîm dylwn i ddeud, di bod yn arbennig wedyn, rhaid mi rhoi niolch yn arbennig i radioleg ac i Helen Hughes, hoffwn i sôn amdani hi yn arbennig. Mae hi di arwain y gwaith, dyna chi arweinydd sydd wedi gwneud gwahaniaeth. Ond hefyd i'r tîm didat digidol ac wrth gwrs cynllunio ac i'r tîm coms sydd wedi'n cefnogi ni. Be hoffwn i ddeud ydy mi ath y system yn fyw ar yr 8 o fis Medi. Mi oedd yr wythnos cyntaf, swn i'n deud, reit heriol a pobl yn gweithio dros nos i cael y system newydd ma'n i le. Tha ni erbyn hyn yn wythnos, mae'n drydydd wythnos erbyn hyn. Mae gennym ni dal amball i beth yn mynd o'i le dal wrth i'n gweithio arno fo. Ond ar y cyfan, llwyddiant di hwn, a dal ati dan ni rwan i gweithio drwy'r manylion. Mae hwn yn system mowr i Ogledd Cymru, ond rhaid mi ddeud, gweithio trwy'r manylion wan, oedden ni'n disgwyl gwneud hynny. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni dros y gweitha, a da ni angen i'r pobl clinigol fod yn fodlon hefo'r y system rŵan, a fel dwi'n dall, ma' nhw wrth 'u bodda hefo be ma' nhw'n 'i weld ar y system bob dydd efo'r cleifion. Wedyn be' ydi o ydi system i moderniddio ac i helpu ansawdd y claf fod yn well.
Diolch, Teresa. Can I ask Russell if you'd like to say a few words on from dinner?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Paolo. So just to update members, so on the kind of new project, so obviously taking over the SRO position from April onwards, we've been working through all the various elements of the programme. I'm pleased to announce, really, I guess we've got a clinically endorsed model that's been through clinical leadership appointments and back through the medical directors clinical forum. So we are moving towards that model. It does open up the facility to be using more complex patients in terms of case mix, which is great. So more local residents will benefit from the opportunity of the building and the facility. In terms of expenditure, you've given me for mentioning it, being the FD, but we've managed to stay within constraints on the revenue within the original building and the business case. The capital side, we have gone beyond the initial expectations, but we have not breached the contingency sum that we held within capital resources. And so both of those are approaching on plan. We've already commenced recruitment for the workforce, and we've already initiated conversations with those that are relocating as well. So we are moving at pace. In terms of timeframes, those have slipped, unfortunately, but we're looking at a 19th of January position. However, construction will be completed 31st of October. And we are working with our construction partner, and myself and Stuart are trying to push that forward so we can get an earlier opening if at all possible. But those are the timeframes that have been shared with us. And we continue to work on a few key issues as we drove forward, as you would expect. And just to make members aware, one of those key issues, we're working with our construction partner and NWSSP, North Wales Shared Service Partnership, in order to sign off our mechanical and electrical design works. And there's a key meeting next week where we're going to be attending on site, and we're hopeful to have concluded that piece at that risk as well at that point. So it's all progressing further forwards to where we were, and that meeting, I think, will bring it to a natural conclusion in terms of what are the major risks that we're currently facing.
Yeah, I'll just check on, because it's such a major programme. Stuart's been involved on a very regular basis. He was on site today at something ridiculous o'clock, taking photos. So just checking if you wanted to endorse anything.
Articulated is, I agree completely. Nothing to add.
Okay, great.
If I could finish off with one final note. I think it's fair to say that what we've got in this report at the moment is a collection of the ongoing key programmes.
Yeah.
And as we develop our organisational strategic plans for the next number of years, we'll make sure that this current board plays the right part in commissioning the key future programmes, which is a discussion that we've had with some of the committees leading up to. I thought that was important to note.
Yeah.
So really, as mentioned, there's been more detailed reports that have gone elsewhere, but happy to take any questions on this kind of higher level summary report. Unrhyw cwestiwn, diolch.
Diolch yn iawn, Paolo, a diolch am gwaith, a diolch I bawb sydd wedi bod yn gysylltiedig ar gwaith fel ddyn ni'n nodi rhai o'r prosiectau yma. Unrhyw sylw, unrhyw gwestiwn, gwelwch na gan unrhyw un.
Can I just clarify, are we dealing with all the items under 2.4 now? Or are you...
We are indeed, yes. Yeah. Unless Paolo's got something different to say.
I've got things to say about each of the individual papers.
Okay, we will. Well, okay, let you carry on with the report then, and we'll come back collectively.
Yeah, I just want to say something about the Royal Alex, but that's why.
No.
So we'll cover all three. Okay, great. Fine. So now I'll move on to the item on the annual delivery plan at Cynllun Blynyddol am Chwarter. So the paper seeks to provide an overview of the progress against the Q1 deliverables within the 25-26 annual delivery plan. Noting that, again, this has been subject to prior oversight and scrutiny at the same two meetings that I'd mentioned on the previous paper. The board's asked to receive assurance on the progress that's being made in Q1, along with the challenges highlighted, and also approve the change controls outlined in the paper. The report is trying to shift a bit of focus from counting actions completed to getting a more strategic perspective on whether the plan in each of the key objectives for the year is being delivered. The revised report structure is still a bit of a work in progress, with a view that the Q2 report will better cover the ground it needs to. Having said that, in order to paint a bit of a picture, the paper does go into some of the numbers, 24 deliverables in Q1 across the 5 strategic objective areas, and quite understandably, the highest number of those in our strategic objective 4, which is about improving quality, outcomes and experience for the population. The completion rate, if you look at it in that way, was at 67%, in line with the same period last year, still not as high as we would like. There were 4 deliverables that were off track against the original committed timescale, but will conclude by the end of Q2. They're the amber ones, and then there are a further 4 which are marked as red, which mean that they won't be concluded by the end of this quarter. The main themes around the challenges there are to do with capacity constraints and some progress in relation to national discussions. And the main areas that you can see in the paper around reviewing commissioning arrangements, generating options for the provision of enhanced community care, weekend community nursing and weekend specialist palliative care. I think we've discussed in prior meetings that actually it's important that not all deliverables are equal, and there are some quite important elements there for improved services for the population in North Wales that haven't delivered. Having said that, there were a number of areas that did, and some highlights called out in the report. Not going to go through them all, but I will pick on governance in relation to some of the learning from events reports, the quality management system, which has been described as amongst the best in Wales, and the environment and estates area, which completed the All Wales capital prioritisation exercise, and there's been progress in a number of the key schemes that were alluded to in some of these other papers. So looking ahead to future reports, will provide greater clarity and narrative around the progression of the broader objectives, as I said earlier, making sure we're clear on what impact they are having. So I suppose that was my introduction on that middle paper. Do you want me to jump into Royal Alex, and then we'll circle back around?
Yeah.
So this item relating to new health and wellbeing service at the site of the Royal Alexandra Hospital in Rhyl, which is phase 1 of a 2-phase development. Health Board's asked to endorse the revised business case, which is an addendum to the 21 full business case phase 1, which will be for onward submission to the Welsh Government approval and funding. That is subject to board approval following due consideration in the detailed business case on the private agenda, noting there's commercial sensitivity around that. Myself, Stuart and Tamina, we're going to do a bit of a triple act on this, trying to make sure that we cover the strategic context, the service model and the capital build. The aim really is to ensure that we get the full strategic perspective there, and we're not just focusing on the build aspect, because as Stuart and I often discuss, the build is the means to an end, not the end itself. So strategically, the important part of the portfolio, health and wellbeing services that will improve local and more integrated service provision for the communities of Rhyl and beyond, enhances services, providing new services, and making sure that we've got those close to the community. You can see in the paper the full range of services. Just quickly brief tour through them if I may. There's a reablement facility, so rather than the traditional community hospital ward, that's managed by the integrated community resource team, where health and social care work in partnership to support individuals on a ready to go home basis, typically following discharge from a district general hospital. There's a minor injuries and ailment unit, which we referred to earlier on the urgent emergency care area, offering local alternatives to attending busy emergency departments. There's radiology services, including X-ray, ultrasound and the like, that support both minor injury and planned care activity. 3 relocated dental surgical procedure rooms, and a 4th additional one enabling more training development for particularly dental nurses to take place. And also includes a range of things like community cafes, third sector hub, staff and patient welfare facilities. So hopefully you can see from that, it's seeking to meet the future need and well-being of the local population, covers areas of quite social deprivation and chronic health need. It's a multi-agency and integrated working approach in primary community, which we noted earlier is an important area for and it's increasing the range of local services, thereby reducing the reliance on asbestos fluid, both in terms of bed flow that we had some extensive conversation earlier, as well as reducing attendances at the emergency department. This will all move care close to home and include improvements in the economic, social, environmental well-being, which is covered in the Future Generations Act. So been a long time in development.
Yes.
Many hurdles along the way. But now we've got a direction that works, following a lot of work from the teams involved, particularly Stuart and team, who have, in the form of splitting the developments in the way we have into 2 phases, which Stuart will come on to and cover now.
Yeah, thank you, Paolo. So, Paolo, we've been using the Better Business Case 5-case model approach. Paolo has effectively covered the strategic fit and the economic case allied to the information in the paper. I'm going to be covering the financial, commercial and management cases only in outline in this session, but I'll be going into more detail in the private session this afternoon to cover some of the commercial elements. Paolo's already mentioned that the reason we're able to talk about it today is we fundamentally unlock the development by splitting into 2 phases. Phase 1 is the modular facility to the northern end of the southern end of the site. And phase 2 is probably going to be more challenging because it relates to the existing building, and we'll be having future discussions about it's a listed building, it's got high levels of backlog maintenance, and we'll be having discussions about estate utilisation and opportunities for further regeneration. However, for now, the focus is phase 1. It's a modular facility of about 2,200 square metres. For those of you who don't know, modular facilities, it's a form of modern method of construction. It really started to get some development in the late 90s. It is the preferred method. It lends itself perfectly to this type of project. We are effectively buying a concept design. We have limited opportunity to change things internally, but the provider on this occasion is a firm called MTX, who we secured through a procurement process led by NHS Wales Shared Services Partnership, and it's a framework appointment. They are leaders in this field. If you wish to search the website, you will see case studies of similar facilities they have undertaken. It is part prefabrication, part custom within that prefabrication. And just to clarify, the concept for the design and the build is totally removed from the likes of the Llandudno development and the nuclear medicine development, which are bespoke projects, a bit like if you're having an extension in your home. So in terms of the commercial element, I've mentioned it's a framework. We have all due governance in place. The financial element, the revenue case is affordable. The capital case is also affordable, and I'll be going into more information on that this afternoon. The key stakeholder we've been working with has been Denbighshire County Council. They have been really good. I have to say they've been very supportive, very encouraging, and are probably a function of how we're able to discuss it today. In respect of the management case, it's about risk management and how we're actually going to manage the delivery of the project. We have health board governance. In the paper that's in front of you, there are 2 key risks mentioned. One is the FBC cost. At the present time, we believe that risk has been contained and managed. The other one is planning. We submitted a planning application for a building roughly 3 times the size of this several years ago, and that was approved. This building, a third of the size, we are not anticipating a major issue with planning. The application gets submitted tomorrow. The one area we've been able to unlock has been planning, and because that's commercial, I'll be covering that in a bit more detail this afternoon. In terms of the core dates and programmes, all being well, subject to planning and Welsh Government approval, and the ask in this paper is to enable us to formally submit it to the Welsh Government for scrutiny. And we have a date penciled in for the Infrastructure Investment Board of the 10th of November. And once we get planning permission, it would then be put to the Cabinet Secretary to sign off. And there would then be the request for the Health Board to execute the contracts. So all being well, we'll be in a position to physically make a start of some works on site in Q4 of this financial year, which is effectively between January and March 2026. At the present time, having been quite close to a lot of the details, visited the engagement session with the local population for pre-planning engagement. I'm genuinely not aware of a reason why we shouldn't be submitting this to the Welsh Government for scrutiny. Paolo and I discussed, we'll just hand over to Tamina if there's anything she wants to add in terms of the discussions we've had. Otherwise, we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
I suppose just to sort of bring it together, I mean, it does reflect, as you were saying, Paolo, conversations we've been having this morning. It feels to me like this is a genuine commitment to a community facility and resource, particularly in an area of fairly significant deprivation. And it's one of the ways in which we'll start to develop alternatives for people to attend to present other than going to ED.
Before bringing colleagues in, just it has been a long time coming with this. Another one of those things that you inherited, Stewart, coming into your role, and there have been a lot of disappointment amongst the local population over the last decade, actually, with this. So I think we, as a board, want to recognise your efforts and the work you've done to get this into the place it is today. We're really grateful for that. And people have different views about what a hospital should be, you know, and many people have views about what a hospital looked like many years ago, and they see that in their minds. But this project is going to be something that will serve the whole population and meet a wide section of needs, I think, as it's been described. So I think it's really, really good provision and important in the wider context that we've discussed earlier in our meeting. So just wanted to say thanks for getting us to this point, Stuart.
Mind if I just come back? I have my own skill set, my own discrete skill set. We can't do it unless we act as a team, and we've got a brilliant team.
Yeah.
And I get support from Russell, Tamina, Paolo in respect of this particular project. So it's a credit to everybody who's been working through that we're actually having this conversation.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Something to add, Carol, before I bring Gareth in and wedyn Priyan?
Yeah, if we're doing thanks, I just want to recognise the efforts of the Centre IHC, Libby Ryan Davis, who's no longer with us, Gareth Evans and Steph O'Donnell, who's the project manager, because David, you may remember this was one of the first meetings we went to with the Redemption Council leader, who said we're really frustrated because this has been 10 or even more years in the making. So we agreed we would take a fresh look at it, and really pleased with all of the efforts over that time. There will be people who want something different, but we've taken a really careful look at what the need really is. And a lot of people, most people, want to be a step closer to home and need that bit of help. So I'm particularly pleased to have seen the clinical model come through. I've had a number of discussions with the clinical team that this is part of an integrated community offer, not more and more hospital beds. And I know that is quite a psyche to move. But this, you know, this is in the heart of a community that I think will benefit significantly. And then we'll be back on the main building and the conundrum that is quite an aged building and how we utilise that. Just one final thing. I went to the Christmas concert in the Royal Alex. If you ever get an invite, it is definitely something to go to. Andrew was there with me, and just such local support for that facility, the importance it has in the hearts and minds of people, that really came across. And so when we just offered some words of support to the Royal Alex, I think there was a round of applause, and that signified the support in the local community. And a lot of that interaction and engagement has happened through this process. So I always want to thank anyone who's been part of engaging with us to help to get to this point. So diolch.
Great. Yeah, there's a huge history to the building and the site and people's attachment, you know, for a whole host of reasons. And I think what this project does is it recognises that, but it also a provision for the future, not the past. The future has to be different to the past, and this, I think this project captures that. So that's great. Diolch yn iawn I bawb. Paolo, as Gareth, well, Ie, dyn ni wedi gorffen ar eitem, so cwestiynau bobl rwan. Gareth gynta, wedyn Rhian.
Yeah, it's not really a question. I just wanted to say how supportive I am of the Royal Alex. I think, you know, Brill is a really difficult, troubled place. Community, it's got lots of community strength, but it's also, you know, is some of the most deprived wards in Wales. I think putting an investment there is really important. I was going to, but I will echo your tribute because I think Stuart comes in with this imagination about, well, how can we do this differently? So, and I'm very excited, as you know, about the MIAU and 12 hours a day, 7 days a week with diagnostics on site, the X-ray. So it's really, really good news. Just two small points about what can't be done at this stage. And one is obviously to say, you know, that I hope that we can keep our eye on the phase 2 ball while, you know, asking you to do many things at once. And funnily enough, I haven't said this to Stuart because it was raised. This shows that the ministers are sometimes on the ball, wasn't it? Was that the Minister for Mental Health, who we had a regular meeting with yesterday, was stressing her concern about the CAMS accommodation, which is right at the top of the old building. So obviously there's an issue there, but I also thought, and this is the thing to apologise because I hadn't said this to Stuart, is that if we're moving some things out of the old building into the new building, whether there's any possibility, particularly at least the basement where the X-ray is, isn't under the roof which leaks. So maybe there's some possibility for a bit of shuffling in the building. And the other thing, because it's a shout out really, was it notes as well that we aren't going to have the IV suite, but there's really excellent sort of bottom up initiative of an IV suite in Denby. And I just want to make sure that we keep that and give it the support, because I think that is recognised in the business case. I think it's right, but also, you know, you should build on strengths. The fact that that's been worked up by a few really enthusiastic people as staff in Denby Hospital. Let's just sort of build on that success. So, but thank you. It's nice to have things to be really positive about.
Absolutely. Yep. Different on Rhian?
Yeah, just two things. With the bed, the beds that will be there. Can I just clarify the catchment area? Because in the paper, I think it's mentioned of 18 and 19, and it won't be restricted purely to people from those postcodes, will it? Because it can't be. So I just wanted to clarify, because we are sort of selling it as being specifically for Frill and that area because of the levels of deprivation and need and so on. But it's not going to be, you don't have to have that passport to be able to use the facility. No. So that was one thing. And then my other thing was on the previous paper, and I just wanted to check, it mentions there that one of the things that slipped from Q1 to Q2 was the review of outsourcing and insourcing contracting. And since Q2 has nearly come to an end, I just wonder, how did we get on with it? Or when will you be telling us how you got on with it?
Two questions. I don't know if Paul wants to give the...
I'll just come back on that one. So 25th of September, we've got a few days until the end of Q2. Our process is kicking in to get all the reporting through, and then we will bring that through the governance and it will come to the next board, but it will arrive at PPHP en route to that prior to them.
And do you have a prediction how it's going to look? Is it going to be good reports for us to see?
I predict the report will be good to see. I won't make a prediction on this specific.
Diplomatic call.
I think you've been quoting the late President Reagan when he said, "I never make predictions, especially about the future." So, Carol, on
Shall I pick up the
on the catchment?
Yeah. So you know, you raise a really important point, because if we restrict too hard certain facilities for certain populations, they won't be utilised sufficiently. And of course, this is resources for all of the population. But you're also right that this is really targeted at Rail and the surrounding areas. But there are a couple of things really. So the minor injury and ailment unit, we do believe that there's quite a demand from the Rail population themselves for those services. So I think they will largely be utilised by those residents, but people may well travel to it as well, you know. And then on the sort of care closer to home step down, we will look to fully utilise that service. So, but largely it's Conwy and Denbighshire residents. And that will help people to leave the District General Hospital, get home a bit quicker. One of the things we've talked about with all of these key programmes is the evaluation stage. Is to bring back formal evaluation reports and learning, because we're probably not going to get it right first time. We'll have to adjust the models and things like that. So I fully anticipate we'll need to adjust criteria and those sorts of things.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Yw'n arall Claire, and then we'll wrap up on this item. Diolch.
Diolch, and apologies to Paolo, because this is a point about the annual delivery plan update, and I probably should have, but it's only occurred to me in the meeting. So it kind of picks up on where Frean was around objectives which have moved from being delivered in Q1 to Q2, and we're only 5 days away from the end. And yet we're being asked within the paper to approve the kind of change. And I'm just thinking, well, what have we said we weren't going to? They weren't delivered in Q1 anyway. So I guess it's a question around, can we just have a look at what the governance process ought to be where objectives slip? Because in some ways, we're being presented with a fait accompli. They haven't been delivered in Q1. So I think it's almost that we just need to note that some things have slipped and understand what the assurance is about them being delivered during the course of either the next quarter or the one after. And then just one of my regular points, some of the ones that are red are reliant on external organisations to work with us to deliver them. And I think we are still sometimes too optimistic about how we're able to move things on when we are heavily reliant on working with other people outside of the organisation where we have less levers to pull. And so I don't want teams to feel disappointed that we're, you know, marking our homework as red. So it's just a plea, I think, for when we're looking at some of those work programmes as we move forward, that we do allow some leeway, especially where we're working with external organisations. But good to see the way the report's developing, and I think it's helpful to not only see the reasons for delays, but to have a bit more information on the things that have been delivered as well, because it brings some of those to life. So, diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Sorry, Billy.
One thing I didn't see in the paper was about the Gareth mentioned before, the alternative to admission initiative is in modular units transport. And I didn't see that alternative accommodation is going to be provided somewhere.
I don't think that building's affected, is it? It's the
no.
No, it's not affected.
No. It's not like I was talking about the CAMS team, but the alternative, which is really good, is in that sort of what in the old days called a terrapin unit.
Yeah.
But that's not in there.
No.
So I'm pretty sure the only building we're demolishing on the site is the old estates building in the corner to make way for the energy centre.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. And Pam's revision of what we're going to approve, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, it was just the recommendations of the report, obviously asked the board to endorse the business case, but as Paolo alerted earlier, it will be subject to the consideration of the commercial case in the private board. So if we'll tweak that recommendation, which would be subject to the board approval in the private board, and obviously we report that formally anyway back through to the next board, as we always do in terms of any private matters. So I just wanted to, for the record,
Reit, diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I gefnogi y cynllun busnes yna, y rhan yma, byddwn ni'n trafod ymhellach yn sesiwn breifat oherwydd obligiadau masnachol. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiadau eraill. Osgob yna. Yep, diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch am y gefnogaeth a'r gwaith yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn ti Paolo am yr arweiniad. Mlaen i'r eitem nesaf, 25, 172, y teitl sydd yn thema eitha cyson y dyddiau yma ar cyfieithu Cymraeg sylfaeni ar gyfer y dyfodol, Foundations for the Future, and a report from yourself, Carol, and I think there's a presentation which you will go through swiftly,
Very
I'm
quickly.
sure.
Very
And then,
quickly.
just to bring us up to date about the progress of this work, and maybe just for those who haven't followed this as closely as board members have, just an explanation, actually, what is it and what's its purpose and what it's going to achieve.
Great, diolch. I will try to learn the Welsh. It looks quite complex, but I'll give it a go for the next time I'm presenting on this. So I'm just going to talk, whoever's got the slides, just Philip, lovely, or just to keep move the slides on. So a very sort of high level, reasonably swift a progress report on the major change programme relating to Foundations for the Future, and those programmes come through the main board itself. And just reminding, absolutely right, Chair, what is this programme about? So we're going to very quick overview of what the programme is, the progress, outline the timetable for the structures element in particular, because colleagues are very focused on that, and the recommendation really to discuss the progress and note the timeframes. So what is this programme about? It's to help us to better meet the needs of the people of North Wales through improving the effectiveness of the organisation, and really making this organisation really effective will deliver us on so many fronts. We've talked about urgent emergency care today. We've touched on primary community care, substance misuse, whatever the service is. Our task is to establish a really effective organisation. We took a discover, design, deliver approach. Discovery was completed in November, and we're in design. We're quite a way through design, coming towards the tail end of that. I won't go through the next two slides particularly, but a quick reminder, there were 7 themes that came out of the discovery report, and they talked about the operating model work that was undertaken a couple of years ago, really focused on structures without some of the wider elements being able to be fully implemented. Clarity of roles, equity, this postcode lottery, this inconsistency that we talk about, the importance of interprofessional team working, and the value of all team members. Resources, layers and bureaucracy. I think if you're a bit of a geek as I am in organisational development, bureaucracies have their place, but we can overdo it from time to time. So we do need to have a look at that. There are lots of layers, and that makes us inefficient. Really thinking about how change happens, lots of feedback around our ability to make change happen in the right way, both in terms of how we might change things internally, but how we change the NHS's offer for the local population to better meet their needs. So that strategic element that we've just touched on. So the overarching operating model design, 5 pillars, and we've structured the programme around that. And we've taken a continuous engagement approach, so focusing on open dialogue. So there's not been big set pieces about this consultation, that consultation, although we will be consulting. We've had ongoing discussions, workshops, meetings, one-to-one discussions, chats, and design work being commissioned by subject matter experts. And we've followed an evidence-based methodology. There's a slide that gives the overview of, well, what are we really trying to achieve across those 5 key areas and our objectives. And we will be measuring the benefits of this programme in a really clear way. We've honed them down from 30 plus now to a handful of benefits that we will be tracking through. Some of the design perspectives really reflect some of the discovery actually, and reducing the gap between senior managers and the shop floor, so getting closer to the action, a clear direction from executive and board, and actually just a quick reflection. I was in the planned care workshop about 6-8 weeks ago, and the colleagues who'd collected there said to me, Carol, we want you to tell us what to do, which I smiled at. But what I take from that is really there are times to be quite directive, and we've got to choose those moments where we as a board are quite directive. And the discussion that we just had on urgent and emergency care, we've been very clear. We need consistent approaches that improve outcomes and experience. So I think that's been an important message. Decision making, who can decide what, change with preparation, how services are configured, roles, corporate functions, governance and reporting. Pam will be delighted about that. And then Paolo will be very pleased to see that planning and strategy came out as one of the really big themes in terms of how we look forward to the future. I won't go into the high level all the products, but I'm just going to whiz through because I'm hoping that just a very quick sort of overview here will tie a number of strands together that we discussed. So the first work stream is on strategy. And there are 3 big things that we're doing under strategy: strategic intent, the 10-year strategy and the clinical services plan. And in terms of helping us with our planning maturity, a revised integrated planning framework will be considered by the board in November of this year. And the Planning, Population Health and Partnerships Committee is getting a lot of mention today, is overseeing that work stream. The work stream on culture has been well underway since, I think, Jason, September 23, if I look back. And the board has led the culture change programme, values and behaviours framework and team working. So we're making significant progress now with the culture change work, and a report is due back here in November. And the People and Culture Committee under David's leadership oversee that work. The work stream on people, Angela very kindly is leading this. We've taking shared leadership across this programme. This is really about investing in our people, our leadership and development. Workforce planning has been an area where we have not had great maturity. We've made some investment, more will need to come through, and utilising Health Education Improvement Wales's work. Talent management and succession planning, and then building knowledge and skills for people within the organisation. So investing in our own colleagues here within the organisation. And again, people and culture oversee that. Processes, we probably hear quite a lot of feedback from colleagues in the organisation about some of these areas, which is why it looks like it's got quite a lot of priority focus. So 7 key areas, although QMS is being led by clinical executives. So Pam, I don't steal the thunder about some of the reports coming later, but yourself and Russ working on scheme of reservation and delegation, and you're looking at decision-making framework, risk management, etc. And then finally, structures. Teresa, I don't know whether you picked the long straw or the short straw, but working very closely with Fionn Johnston. And I must say, Fionn and George and that small team working really hard on this area. This is the one that grabs the most focus, of course. So how do we design structures that can work? There is no perfect structure under the sun. So there will always be some trade-offs. We're really thinking about remits, roles and reporting. Exec portfolio for REMCOM we'll be discussing that in October. And in terms of the structures themselves, high level design is complete and we're in detailed design now and during October and November in readiness for a proposal being brought forward. And there's multiple committees that refers to. And then finally, just to take us back, a very whistle-stop overview of the programme. I think David's committee really has got the sort of a lion's share of this oversight. So I think we were a regular item at that committee. So just to discuss the progress and to note some of the timeframes, particularly around the structures work stream, because that's the most intensive part of this programme at the moment. My thanks to executive and very senior colleagues in this table and elsewhere for their leadership that they're showing on this work, and they may wish to comment on their areas. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Carol. Am hynny, unrhyw gwestiynau, unrhyw sylwadau gan unrhyw un? Mae'r bwrdd yn cael adroddiadau son ar y gwaith yma gan Carol a fel oedd Carol yn sôn hefyd, mae'r pwyllgor efo'r gorolwg na'n dydy Dyfed o'r cynnydd.
Gareth, just an observation really. I mean, first of all, thank you very much. And I presume obviously the slides will be updated, won't they, on the papers. I just wanted, the observation was really good. I'm absolutely supportive of moving to be a high autonomy, high accountability organisation. I just think we need to recognise it's quite a big change, isn't it?
Quite a big change, a very big change.
Yeah.
Culturally, but with systems and processes as well, but culturally a very big change.
Angela.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to be supporting the people stream. I think it's really important that we make sure we wrap our arms around the people. So we've got our new PAD, a performance appraisal process that we're developing. We've got the work on how we can make sure that people have got the right skills, the right competencies to enable them to do the best job. And I think that the organisation is ready for this, that we don't just need a structural change. We just don't need a cultural change. We need the whole wraparound. And I think workforce planning is integral to what we need to do for the future.
Diolch yn iawn. Rwy'n gwestiwn y sylw arall? Dyfed?
Jyst sylw sydyn, mewn ffordd o ran, mae hwn yn cyffwrdd â pawb o fewn y sefydliad. Dio ddim yn rhywbeth sy'n mynd i dim switch ydi hwn. Fydd o ddim yn, da ni'n pwysio'r botwm yma, dyna mae o di newid, mae'n mynd i gymryd amser, mae'n bwysig fel sy'n digwydd bod ni'n cefnogi staff, cadw nhw yn y lŵp fel petai, bod nhw'n gwybod beth sy'n digwydd, o hefyd gwybod beth sy'n ddim yn digwydd, chos beth sy'n aml yn gallu digwydd pan mae yna newid ydy pan mae yna gaps fel petai, mae pobl yn llenwi'r gaps yna hefo bob math o bethau, ond mae hwnna'n lot mwy na just y strwythyr. Mae o'n mynd ar draws y sefydliad i gyd, ond na eto eisiau diolch i bawb, fel mae Carol di sôn, pawb sy'n gysylltiedig efo sy'n gyrru hwn ymlaen. Mae'n braf gael ei weld yn symud bob tro yn y pwyllgor. Diolch.
Diolch.
Iawn. Gwestiynau sylw pellach. Gros?
Yeah, so I think just building on that structure, so I think it's ensuring we've got clarity on those roles and responsibilities as we define that, and then that will lead to that effectively that accountability culture as well. So with that devolution, it's really clear as to how linear responsibility falls through the organisation as well. So having that clarity, I think, is really important as we move forward.
Diolch yn iawn. Teresa.
Dim ond sylw byr. Adlewyrchu ar sylw Carol o'n i. Mae Ffion wedi bod yn wych oherwydd mae hi a George a'r tîma wedi bod allan yn cwrdd hefo aelodau'r staff. Ac am o'n i wedi bod yn sôn yn gynharach am pwysigrwydd gwrando i'r poblogaeth ac un staff. Mae hynna wedi bod yn rhan allweddol o'r gwaith dyn hyn, ond mae yna fwy i wneud. Ond mae wedi bod i dros 30 o grwpiau hyd y gwn i. Mae wedi siarad a da ni wedi gwrando yn astyd, mae rhaid dweud. Wedyn, eisiau diolch i'r staff dwi, pawb sydd wedi rhoi i barn i fewn, a fydd yn dal i rhoi i barn wrth i'n symud ymlaen.
Ie. Diolch am y sylw yna, sylw bwysig iawn, ac mae hwn yn ymwneud â staff ni, dydy, a cael staff ni mewn lle gallwn ni gynnig gwasanaethau gorau posibl ar gyfer ein pobl. Felly, diolch am ysgonfynu hynny. Pam yn apus i dderbyn y adroddiad, ysgolch hwnna, gan ddiolch am y gwaith a'r sylwadaeth. Gwych iawn, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa, ar y adran nesa, mae gen ni adran sydd yn ymwneud â perfformiad nesa. A eitem 25,173 ydy adroddiad gan y Pwyllgor ansawdd diogelwch a brofiad a mae Caroline yn cadeirio'r pwyllgor yna. Felly dwi am droi at Caroline.
Diolch. Ond yn y cyfarfod dwytha, Chris nath gadeirio.
Wrth gwrs, wel, gofyn i ti, drosglwyddo i Chris. Ie, diolch yn iawn. Chris, you stepped in Caroline's absence.
Yeah, stepped into the breach whilst our esteemed chair welcomed in a new phase of her life as a nine. For her and her family, it's very exciting. The paper's there and has been read, I'm sure. A couple of points to simply highlight. We heard about the importance of play workers, and there was a full discussion on how outside partners and I suppose associated therapies or additional therapies are there to support our service users and patients and the positive impact that they have, and perhaps engagement from third sectors as well. There was a full review and deep dive of the challenge services to which we're grateful to Paolo and Tamina that put that together. That was very helpful, and we've spent quite a bit of time on that. And I think maybe drawing out some positives, I've touched on it previously, that the work that's been done around complaints, etc., by Angela and team. Whilst it's important we pick up those things that we need to improve, we should also celebrate those positives. And I think a final point on that, and a specific example, we heard, as we've heard in other arenas, about a finding in the coroner's court of negligence but no prevention of future death report, and that means that something went wrong, and that we need to acknowledge that. But and that is tragic. That being said, the fact that there was no learning to be highlighted from the prevention of future death, shows that the learning that we've done to that point was accepted and indeed was positive. So to draw out those positives there. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, but all relatively straightforward.
Very iawn, a diolch am cadeirydd pwyllgor yn unrhyw sylw, unrhyw gwestiwn i Chris. Na, a dyn ni'n ategu y llongyfarchiadau i nain Caroline a'r teulu, wrth gwrs. Na, diolch yn iawn. Chris, ymlaen felly at yr eitem nesa. Yn yr un maes, dwi just yn checio lle dwi ar agenda. Dwi'n meddwl adroddiad gwella ansawdd, ag Angela yn cyflwyno'r eitem yma, ac mae'n eitem wrth gwrs safonol sy'n dod i ni bob cyfarfod bod. Angela, diolch yn iawn.
Diolch. So the report for this meeting identifies some of the things that have happened over the last couple of months and the position that we're in. So some key highlighting points is our national reported incident position. You'll note our continued progress on that, and the fact that we are the best in Wales for the turnaround of those incidents and the reporting of them nationally. We have had one never event for wrong site surgery in June, but there was no significant harm around that case. Chris has already identified around the improving complaints position. Just to note, we are looking at around a 20-day turnaround on average now against the 30-day target. And as of yesterday, we only had 28 overdue complaints compared to the high 400s last year. So I think that's a real progress for us. Patient experience, we are still collecting our Civica data, and you'll note that we've done a little bit of a deep dive into women's services and to mental health to give a bit more of a flavour, and the plan is for us to continue to do that with different areas to bring that information back going forward. We have identified that 87.51% of patients identified they were treated with dignity. Obviously, we want 100%, but that's an improvement on previous months. And 90%, above 90% were communicated in their preferred language, which again is a positive and an improvement. From an infection prevention perspective, we had 13 outbreaks in July, which is up from 11, but we only had one full ward closure during that period, and the teams worked really hard to make sure that they mitigated the risks of closure of beds and then stopping the flow through the organisation. Positive progress in reducing Clostridium difficile and E. coli infections. And we are looking at making sure our strategic priorities include the disinfection, isolation capacity and staff training. We've had some good uptake of staff training. We're now reviewing across the sites with the support of Stuart around the isolation capacity and making sure that we're able to move patients fast appropriately into a side room to stop that spread of infection and to make sure that there's deep cleaning happening across the organisation. Just identify around the quality management system. I know Paolo mentioned it as part of the annual plan. We're now working towards the implementation phase, and I've just, while we've been in the meeting, had the information back about how we're going to roll that forward. All of the meetings have been put in with the IHCs and divisions to allow them to then cascade the first assessments out. And then Chris has already mentioned the no prevention of future death notices. Obviously, the learning that we had was immediate from that case. We've put it into practice, and we have had positive feedback in recent inspections around the care in that area. So that is really interesting for us. And then the good position around overdue learning from events reports. You'll note in the report we've had a little bit of a spike. That was on our resubmissions, and we are working with Welsh Risk Pool around the consistency of the panels that are assessing and giving us feedback to allow us to make sure that when we submit our new evidence, it's not a different panel necessarily and not asking for different things. I think that's from learning that Matt and the team are taking back to Welsh Risk Pool. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn am y droddiad yna. Dwi'n gwestiwn nesol one day. Droddiad sy'n dod at ni gyson, wrth gwrs, pob cyfarfod bwrdd, bwysig. Adroiad Caroline gynta, a wedyn Claire.
Diolch yn fawr. O'n i eisiau jyst tynnu sylw at y gwelliannau mawr wrth gwrs mae Angela newydd i grynhoi yn fanna a Chris di sôn am y papurau QSE yn ddiweddar hefyd. Ond yn arbennig o'n i eisiau tynnu sylw'r bwrdd i'r gwelliannau sydd wedi bod yn y rhan yma, y rhan clinigol o'r papur yma dros y misoedd dwytha. Mae clinical effectiveness, life guidelines, mortality review. Mae hynny yn elfennau, mae QSE wedi canolbwyntio arnyn nhw mewn gweithdy ryw 3 mis yn ôl. A mae'n dyled ni'n fawr iawn i sri am gwelliannau da ni wedi weld yn y maes yma a'r ffordd mae'r adroddiad yma bellach yn cyflwyno wybodaeth llawer iawn gwell ag oedd o'n mynd yn ôl rhyw flwyddyn yn ôl. Felly, dwi'n gwybod i sri ddim hefo ni heddiw, ond dwi'n gweld yn bwysig bod ni'n cofnodi y gwaith da mae o wedi wneud. A mae wedi gosod sylfaen dda o ran yr elfennau yma, fydd Claire yn gymryd yn ymlaen pan mae'n ymuno hefo ni'n buan iawn.
Diolch yn iawn. Claire.
Diolch hefyd. Really good to see how things have moved on and progressed. Really good to see how much better we are now at dealing with any complaints and issues. What would be helpful as we move forward, I think, is to see, so there's a breakdown of the types of complaints, but we can't see how that compares to the last time it's reported to us. And it would be good to be able to start to track whether we're now getting less complaints in a particular field and perhaps we're stuck in another field and need to do more work in that area. So I think it would be really helpful for us to see that breakdown. And if now the numbers are far more manageable, that'd be easier for us to see and start to look at the trends. And then the other one I wanted to highlight as a positive was that around clinical coding. That was such a big challenge for us for a long while, and it's really good to see that we're much more on top of that than we were. So diolch.
Yeah. Iawn. Just unrhyw gwestiynau? Anything to say briefly, Angela?
Just to say, we are going to be looking at our next iteration of this report. So we've got a piece of work that the execs are doing around the reporting from the integrated performance and the quality to allow us to be consistently identifying the trends across, and then we'll be able to show you the deep dive work that's happening. Some of the thematic reviews I think we've undertaken recently are really interesting and give us some real opportunity for development. So I'm happy that we can provide that. Obviously, we want to make sure the report isn't 70 pages long, but we'll be able to give them opportunity to go in more depth in some of their areas going forward.
Carol.
Yeah, thank you. I was keen just to comment, to say that comment, and she said it. That's great. We took that challenge from the last meeting. We've got a session, I think, in execs on the 18th of October where we'll cover some of that off. I think increasingly our focus will be on, are we implementing best practice, and are we implementing that systematically across the organisation, so that we have got the same great offer in all parts of the region. And there's some it's really, Caroline, talking to your comment about clinical effectiveness, nice guidance, best in class, what are our outcomes? And really started to drive that, and Clara will certainly help us with that as well. There was a focus on women's in the report, which was really good, and I had the opportunity to spend a couple of hours with a couple who had a very difficult outcome and experience with us, and they are very keen to be part of creating something that is better for the future. So whilst we talk about complaints and numbers and letters and all of that, I think getting underneath in a really detailed way, and that will help. It was in the area of maternity, and that's going to be very important. We've got maternity voices or and that sort of thing coming through. So, I want to thank that couple who shared such difficult experience with me and the director of midwifery and women's, and we'd be taking that forward. So I do feel it's moved significantly from where we were a couple of years ago.
Ydyn ni felly'n hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad yna. Gath Angela a diolch am y gwaith. Ond hapus, diolch yn iawn. Dod yn adran rwan gyda adroddiad Gareth fel cadeirydd i berfformiad cyllell ac wybodaeth, a wedyn at adroddiad ar berfformiad integredig ar ôl arwain yna. Gareth, dos at
Diolch cadeirydd. So just a couple of things. I'm sure people read the report from me to highlight, save me commenting on a couple of things later on. So I think one of the things that we were really mindful of, and I know Audit Committee saw it as well, was that the Audit Wales report on planned care, which was not, I don't think, overly critical, but it was quite critical. And I think we will later see it in the context of what they said about other health boards. And I think what we were told was it's probably the most critical. And one of the key issues there was, have we got the balance right between the sort of insourcing and outsourcing and actually addressing the fundamental problems? And that for me, and I think for the committee, is a really important question. We are going to have at our next meeting, we're going to have a focus session on particularly on theatre optimisation, which is something which, we've highlighted as an issue. When you look at the performance data, including the latest one, we're not really seeing any change there. So I really think the committee wants to get to grips with that. The second thing is a very, very brief comment on, I think you were quite outspoken at the last committee, Chair, if I may say so, or perhaps the last board meeting about the format of this report. So work is ongoing, and a number of the independent members have had a really useful discussion, I think, with Ed as the who takes the lead on this in the absence now of the director. I'm hoping with the work that's ongoing with Carol that we will get something that people feel is more fit for purpose.
Good. Outspoken. More.
You said something like, I don't understand any of this, or something to the words there. That was in Welsh, but.
No, it was the same message in. Right, unrhyw cwestiwn I Gareth? Rhea?
No, I think it was, I had a rant about it as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're not alone.
No man or woman is an island. Ursa?
Gareth, I noticed you made a point about the board objectives not being smart. I mean, that has come up in audit committee in relation to, I think it was a Wales audit report. And I just wondered if this was something that we were picking up.
Yeah, Paolo and I have got a meeting with Dave Harris, our head of internal audit, to discuss this, because it's a really interesting point that I think it was in the context of looking at the very good work that's been done by Pam's team, Nesta in particular, on risk, but saying that although we've made a lot of progress with the BAF, the business assurance framework, that the underlying problem was that our objectives weren't smart. So yeah, we're going to have I think, just to say, he's not here today, but I know Carol feels the same, that both Audit Wales and our internal audit really have some very valuable insights, and both of them come from a position of wanting to support us. So I think it really is, we need to draw as much as we can out of their expertise. So we will be doing that.
Thank you.
Do you want to say something, Pam?
So that's not a new issue, Gareth, and I'd like to be involved in that conversation, if I may, with Dave. So a board assurance framework is, how can the board assure itself that it's meeting its objectives? And in the structure, so in just good practice, you would have to, you'd need to be really clear about what those objectives are, and then how can the board assure that it's delivering those? So in the structured assessment last year, and I think I did raise it at the time, was that the objectives would need to be smarter. So it's still an outstanding issue from previous structured assessment, and it will always be until we're in the strategy space, because what you should have is your organisational strategy, which sets your vision, and then that's how you measure. So I personally don't think until you get to the new strategy place, we may never be able in a position to resolve that issue. But I do think it's an important point, because then that ensures that you've got the difference between what is a board assurance framework versus corporate risk practices. So if that was a bit of a governance, but I do think it's an important point, but I'm happy I'd like to be involved in some of that, because it's not a new issue, it's just that, okay. I think once we've got the strategy, we know what the strategic direction, strategic way, and then the back will really come into it.
And Paolo would welcome that involvement, I'm sure, so all good. Unrhyw arall? Pam hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad Gareth, a diolch yn iawn am waith a pwyllgor yn ogystal. Ymlaen eitem nesaf, 2025-76, adroddiad perfformiad integredig. Carol, your paper to present, please.
Yes, thanks very much. And just to preface some of the detail in here is to say that we do have dates for the informal exec. We'll be joining with the performance team. I've already met the performance team. They have ideas and suggestions to bring to the table. And I think we're going to then look for a wider IMs and exec sessions. So I'm not going to absolutely know when you'll get the new format. Depends on how much change and the advice of the team. But certainly we're coming to the tail end of the way in which we present things in this way. I am really keen that we have a set of presentation on how well we're doing as an organisation that is understandable and digestible by people that we serve. So we may need to think about what those formats actually look like with that in mind. I am going to draw on, I'm afraid, the very common and popular areas just to draw attention to. quality, access and activity, people and organisational development. Then there is a separate report on finance, but I wasn't going to draw out, in a lot of detail each of those areas. I think on quality, we've just received the improving quality reports, a lot of data in there. We are looking to try to combine that for the reason Claire pointed out in her question, which is what's the movement over time, and some of those other clinical effectiveness indicators as well starting to come through. So that will form part of that. I want to just recognise Claire's comment about coding and pull out the efforts of the coding team, in particular Catherine Lang, because we'd discussed this issue around the exec table probably about 18 months ago, and we really got a plan, and we've had to stick with that plan, and now it's really coming to fruition. So that's been great to see come through. On access and activity, of course, this is our biggest challenge. We've already discussed urgent and emergency care, and as Gareth put it earlier, whilst we can see some small signs of improvement, it's not systematic and sustained, and it's not to the level that we will need for our population. I won't go through the particular detail, but there will be a relentless focus on handover 45, so that's that ambulance handover into our department. But we do want to see that progress across the system. So when we had that discussion earlier, 4 or 5 key indicators, we'll draw those out and be clear about those. Planned care, access is improving on planned care, despite us finding it very challenging to deliver the numbers of particularly people who are waiting over 104 weeks in line with our ambition we set out in the IMTP. It is a source of significant concern for us, and I know for the government, and we've had some additional input and contribution from the government. There are some things that we will be changing as a result of our own internal additional oversight and focus on delivery. This is a very challenging agenda this year, because not only are we focusing on longest waiting patients, the government also expects us to treat in the region of 4,600 additional patients for cataracts, and also to see an additional 60,000 patients for their outpatient appointment. The logistics of an additional 60,000, I can't stress enough about the pressure that's put on the service. The diagnostics as well, the expectation is that no one waits over 8 weeks for their diagnostic. We are, in true openness and transparency, unlikely to achieve that. We will move, I'm sure, from circa 14,000. We're trying to get to between 4,000 and 5,000. We think that that is probably the reasonable most likely outcome, but we are pushing hard on that. And then just to, for a moment, not forget some of the really key indicators that are a focus around mental health and neurodiversity. Sustained progress, I think, sustained progress in mental health, despite a lot of referrals coming through, so to commend on that. CAMS improvements are being seen on trajectory, which is really good, but we still have a particular challenge in relation to assessments for children and young people, in particular, notwithstanding adults who require a neurodiversity assessment. There is a plan in place for that. I was just going to just cover off very quickly. A number of our people and OD indicators are actually very positive, and Jason was able to share those with the government in a meeting earlier this week. But I wondered, David, if I stop there and invite either questions or additional contributions from executives.
Reit, diolch yn iawn. Felly, unrhyw un isio ychwanegu rhywbeth cyn yna questions, if we colleagues, anything to add that will be illuminating for us? No need to repeat what's in the report, of course, but I think the line now is the opportunity. Russell.
Yeah, Chair, and if I may take the opportunity, so certainly from our operational clinical teams, we have really raised our game and supported delivery around that 104 provision. And so just to recognise that position, we are now maintaining our existing weights and actually slightly reducing those through our internal capacity. And we do need to develop and improve our contractual delivery, which is the thing that's the additionality that will give us the results that we need. And we know that's a shortfall, and we know that we're looking to address that and move that back into our contracts team, which I think will end up with the result that we need. So it's just to add that additional context, if I may.
Yeah, thank you very much for underlining that. There is some recovery work to be done to get things back on track. That we need to ensure that pretty soon. So diolch yn fawr for underlining that. Right, cwestiynau gan unrhyw un arall. Gareth, wedyn Rhian, wedyn Claire.
Well, thanks. That was really clear. I think really helpful. I've got one big issue to just to echo really, and perhaps we'll discuss that more in the private session. But it is this feeling that the additional ask that's come from the government about the 200,000, is that the right number, outpatients across Wales? And I say this, you know, I'll hold my hands up as chair of PFI, that perhaps we haven't been clear enough in saying how that is potentially a big confounding factor to delivering on what we were told was our absolute priority of the 104 weeks. And I don't think I really, you know, it's when you put those numbers, 60,000 and the flow through it. So yeah, I think that's worth estimating, really emphasising. And perhaps it's not too late. It's not about back covering, it's a backside covering, but perhaps being clear to the government that we are trying to juggle these different demands, and some of which came rather out of left field, albeit now 6 months ago. And I just got two really small questions, but I will raise them because they're areas that we don't necessarily often pay a lot of attention to, I think. One is, and they're in the details, I don't necessarily know you can answer this straight away. So one is about dentistry, because admittedly there's an even bigger time lag in the reporting on this, because obviously we're gathering data from dental contractors, so it's only 1 month's data, but it shows in April we only delivered 3.3% of the value of the contract, which, and I know that I've been told, and I've got great faith in some of the people we've got temporarily working on this area, that they were very confident we'd use more of our GDS contract this year than last year. So I just wanted to just check that out. And the other thing, which, and again, I don't want to be sounding critical, I'm looking at you, Angela, because it's about falls, is that I know we've had a lot of attention on that because of the HSC, but the falls numbers, and you know, I don't want to sound saying that. I know there are always going to be issues about people falling, but the numbers look like pretty stubbornly the same. So I just wondered whether there's any comments on that. Sorry, they're two very detailed questions, but I think
fine. Okay, so hold that. We'll gather some questions from others. It
wasn't really a question. I welcome the fact that this report is going to develop into something else. And, you know, I think the underlying theme is, don't just tell us the what, but we need to know the why and what's being done about it and how. I think that should be the baseline when we're working for a new report.
Yeah, really good point, important point. Claire, Tina, sir.
Diolch. What's in my mind at the moment is we've got extra resources and extra pressure and extra expectations around both planned care and all the diagnostics and everything that leads toward that. And maybe it's because I'm not on QSE, so maybe it's a question for the chair of QSE, who has said today that we've been doing deep dives of some of the most challenged services. Because actually what we've got to be doing right now, isn't it, is accelerated progress with extra resource, whilst also transforming the way we do things, so that when the resource isn't here next year, we're confident that we'll be able to maintain where we are and improve it still further as time moves on. And so when I look at this report in isolation, I kind of can't see some of that. What I see is just how we're trying to use extra money, or we're trying to progress things with the expectations that are upon us. And maybe at some point we need perhaps just a summary level paper, so that at board level we can see, if you like, both sets of actions moving along together.
Sorry.
Thank you, Claire, for your point. It just reminded me of something that flitted across when I was reading. So obviously, our future depends on innovation. That's central to us achieving the goals that we set ourselves and Welsh Government sets us, as well as what our local population expects. But I did remember an internal audit report on innovation that did raise the issue of the lack of how we evaluate or record steps we take and the results we get from innovation input. So I just wanted to raise that because obviously, as Claire just raised there, planned care, all of this is hugely significant. And our future does depend on every sector, but example, planned care, if we don't achieve some innovative practice, we won't maintain. So I just wanted to raise that as something that is worth looking at for the future, so that we're clear innovation actions actually does result in a difference. Thank you.
No, really good point. Right, we will.
Great, I'm happy to,
if you can
Angela's
take-
going to pick one up.
If you can take, then we will wrap this item up then. Thank you.
Great, and thank you for the contributions on that. Gareth, on dental, I'm particularly interested in dental, and I know we're counting units of dental activity still at the moment, so UDAs. I've asked colleagues to provide us with a more detailed report on UDAs across the years, because the detailed report I saw about 18 months ago saw a complete drop-off, obviously pandemic and lack of recovery, and there were some real hotspot population areas. Now, we've put about between 4-6 million into dental contracts, and I want to see whether we've fully recovered those and what the trajectory is. So I think we'll be improving dental reporting. Angela will pick up the falls. I think that the impact, by the way, you're absolutely right, the 60,000, all of that, and there's some real reflection for us on that. We didn't have the administration that we needed to do this. It is really significant. So that's been a big challenge. Got Rhian's comments about the why what. Completely agree.
Yeah.
On the transforming the way we do things, so Gareth alluded in his report about theatre utilisation. That's work stream 4 of the planned care programme. So the guys will be very, very happy to, I think, come and have a conversation. This is why the major change programmes are so important, because otherwise we're just living today over and over and over again, and we're not moving things forward. I've been really encouraged by the level of commitment and input on the work streams on planned care. I chair it myself, so I'm quite close to it. A new model for preoperative assessment being tested. It's the second cycle of testing. It'll be across the organisation. A new model for assessing older people who may well be candidates for surgery. Again, test that out. Does it work? And then adopt across. So we're getting some of that through. But I want to go as quick as I can on that. So a summary level paper where we connect today's performance with the changes that we're making feels quite important. And then I made a comment earlier about evaluation. I couldn't agree more. And in particular, innovation is either something we invent ourselves or we adopt from elsewhere and adapt. So we've got to get much better at spread and scale. And that's this. How are we going to do it here in North Wales, and how are we going to roll that out? I mentioned in evaluation for key programmes. I think evaluation skills is something we need to develop more of. So thanks for raising it.
And Angela, on the falls in particular.
So from a falls perspective, they are fairly stubborn. But we'll note that the numbers of falls patients who have had falls at home attending A&E is one of our biggest areas. So we bring patients into a hospital setting where potentially at home they use their furniture to navigate. They know their home. They could probably walk around it in the dark. We bring them into a hospital setting where there's wide spaces of open wards where they have to go to the bathrooms. So what we do is make sure that we do robust falls assessments, and that is the work that following the HSE we undertook to make sure the falls assessments were undertaken, that they were, if they'd had another fall, they had a full multidisciplinary review around the medication, around, eyesight, all those kind of things to make sure we were where we needed to be. And we have weekly panels where the teams will look at every single fall that happens in that area and they'll identify whether it's avoidable or unavoidable. And an unavoidable fall would be because there's been no lapses in care. So no lapses in risk assessments, no lapses in overview and things like that. The issue we've got is we need to make sure people are not deconditioned and we need to rehabilitate people. And if you sit them in a chair and don't let them move, then we've got a position where we're going to have hundreds more nursing homes needed because somebody's not going to go back home again. So it's a really, really fine balance. But I think I'm really happy we've seen a reduction in falls with harm and the different levels of harm that there may be. And I wonder whether as a next reporting period, we could look at the falls with harm and the levels that maybe could give us that assurance that the numbers might still be the same. But, you know, I fell down the stairs last year. You know, everybody has falls. We just need to make sure how we're managing them and supporting it.
I found that really helpful and reassuring, but yes, it would be interesting to see that.
Yeah, and to look at I know this is sort of getting into some of the detail, but it's to do with improvement, isn't it? That's the key thing, and an issue requires improvement. Jane, what's your contribution?
Where we need to start to try and link data as well to actually give a picture, because Angela was talking about the falls in hospital, but also that it's one of the biggest reasons people end up in ED. We also know it's also one of the biggest reasons why people end up in care homes, etc. It's also hugely predictable. So the work that is also part that we discussed earlier as part of the 6 care goals, where around community falls, actually joining that up to see how all of that is actually delivering change, and is that linking to sort of things like fallsing out, you know, are we seeing a falling ambulance from care homes, and from that would then start to give a really good picture. And that's, I think, how do we get that added value from data? So it's not just about we present an indicator, but we actually use this to help us see what's really happening across pathways, which then we can get a sense of what is that delivering in terms of outcomes for people.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad, felly gan diolch am y gwaith, nifer o bethau angen wneud, nifer o gamau angen I cymeryd mwyn sicrhau gwelliant priodol ar draws nifer o feisydd, ydy gwir yn does, felly dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen as weld cynnydd. Progress is the key word that we latch on to, so we will look for progress. So, right, ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, 25,177, dyn ni chydig bach yn hwyr, felly Russ, your finance report is the last item of this session. Lunch. We're looking for a succinct report.
Yes, I'll try and do a very succinct report if I may. I know we will be discussing this again anyway in private session. So, very challenging climate across the whole of Wales, actually. A lot of health boards are really struggling financially. 4 health boards, of course, put deficit plans in. They're being helped as we speak to improve those positions. I know the other health boards are struggling. All health boards are currently reporting deficit year to date. So this is a challenging environment that we're operating within. We've got about a £13.6 million deficit year to date. We do have some additional potential pressures as well. So the Welsh risk pool is a good example of where resources are unfortunately not sufficient to cover the costs, and health boards are being asked to accommodate those costs within their models. So that is driving an increased risk to us as well as savings shortfalls. And we've got some running cost pressures as well out of area mental health. We've got capacity areas open. That's driving around a £40 million risk net of some mitigations we have to delivery of our outturn. What we've done, we've raised that through the governance of the health board, and of course we've had through integrated performance executive delivery groups some wider discussions with the leadership forums of the organisation. We're looking at making sure we identify our savings. We've moved quite progressively through the year, so 33.2 now, 6.8 short of the 40 million. I think that's really good progress. Clearly, the lessons here are to get that in advance of commencement of the year, not during the year. But Welsh Government are looking for assurances, and of course we are, to make sure we deliver our savings ask. In addition, we're targeting a 1% reduction in costs. That will give us a further £20 million savings. We've also asked what are the other options that we can put together that may or may not save us financial return. £40 million sounds a lot of resource, but of course, as we always say, 2.5 billion, 200 million a month over is what we spend. So in that context, a 1% efficiency across where organisations sit. And managers have already been working that through, and we'll discuss some of those options later, of course. We've also put forward some fairly interesting reference cost data, which indicates activity versus cost reduction. I think that'll be good to include within the PFIG agenda as we go forward, just to give some visibility of cost movement where we haven't necessarily seen activity increase, and give some indication of where there is productivity opportunity. It does highlight some areas, particularly within the health board, for targeting in terms of potential for opportunity. And of course, that means we can get into allocative efficiency, so not salami slicing savings across areas that have already performed well. So there's a lot of work going on in the background around how we manage that process. Clearly, we are still forecasting hitting our break even. We do have £82 million non-recurrently in our position. That ultimately is conditional on attainment of our plan. We have received correspondence from Welsh Government reaffirming that position as well. So there is a risk. Will they enact it is a good question, but there is a risk to that resource being withdrawn from the organisation as we go into 26-27 if we're unable to close that gap. So there's a real positive incentive for us to make sure we save that money now. And the only other thing I wanted to mention, if I may, Chair, very quickly, just on the capital programme. So myself and Stuart's team's working really hard, but we have an extensive programme this year. It will reach around £56 million once we receive the contingency allocation from Llandudno, and currently we've got about £5 million spent. So we're trying to de-risk that. We don't want to get to the end of the year in the last month and find ourselves in difficulty again. So again, the teams are working really hard together to try and get that profile down. It'd probably be worth building that through PFIG as well, so that visibility is there around that spend profile. And I'll pause there if I may, Chair, and I'm happy to take questions.
Diolch yn iawn, Russ, am y adroddiad yna. Lot o waith yn digwydd, ac dyn ni diwedd Medi, felly mae gen i rhywbeth o 6 mis, dwi'n meddwl, cyn diwedd y flwyddyn ariannol.
End of August figures.
Felly rhyw 6 mis i ni i greu'r arbedion angenrheidiol i ni gyrraedd, lle dyn ni angen cyrraedd. Cwestiynau sylwadau, Urtha cynta.
Russell, this might be a bit blue sky, and forgive me if it's a bit of a stupid question, but I just wondered, are we going to get to a point where we can identify savings from innovation and transformation? Will that happen at any point? Is it possible? Can it be shown in the account? I don't know. I just said,
No. Well, any activity that produces efficiency should be highlighted, shouldn't it?
I'm happy to.
Go on.
So absolutely, that's the value and sustainability programme. It is all about capturing improvement. One of the areas that we're really struggling with in terms of evidencing value, and it's quite stark within the reports, is around clinical variation. And if we start to see productivity gains through the programme work streams that are currently in place, you'll start to see improvement in utilisation of theatres. You'll start to see changing girth models. There'll start to be more efficient practice. That will reduce premium working. It will also reduce internal capacity that we're generating as well, waiting list initiatives. So all of that resource freed up can be used to support provision of a financial outcome, but clearly also, and the big incentive around the improvement programme is to invest further into the resources so we can enhance the offering to our local population. So the savings ask is by area, by budget manager. The value sustainability is the vehicle to drive improvement and deliver savings as a byproduct of improvement. and then create more resource to invest within the organisation. So that programme in itself is the one that's going to get there, and it's a really good question, because I think clinical variation is one we haven't seen the benefits of yet, and we absolutely can see some significant benefits.
Just to add on to that, if I can, that, as you know, I mentioned yesterday, I met a group of staff at Nantgwrtheuer, and they felt that the improvements were not visible. And I think that kind of message, if we can say through innovation for both staff and our citizens in North Wales, you know, through innovation and transformation, the Health Board has been able to reinvest. So I just think it would be useful if we could pull it out and make it really visible.
Good point. And Pam has reminded me that the major change programs that we're looking at, value and sustainability, will have a focus the next board meeting, I think. And we're also reminded by some of the narrative around this and the report is that if you look at the activity, the investment, it doesn't always produce increased productivity. That's the situation.
Yeah.
So the focus on you've just talked about is really, really important, because if we put in more money into an area and start producing more outcomes or outputs, then there must be something wrong, you know. So it's really important we have that focus. Paolo, ti isio ychwanegu rwbeth?
That's one I know. We had this conversation as an executive, actually. There's the whole piece around the value and sustainability and clinical variation and the productivity measures and the planned care. But actually, we were having this conversation in relation to urgent and emergency care. Carol talked about it earlier, that there's been a massive amount of investment in that area.
Yes.
And really, it's treating the symptom, and it's a cost of failure.
Yeah.
So if we improve that system because the flow isn't working, then actually we don't need people chasing progress, and we don't need extra care on corridors, and we don't need all these things because the whole thing's working. So you get the nirvana of improving the service and saving money because you've removed the waste. So you know, central principle of our improvement and innovation transformation.
Really good point. Yeah, really important point. Rhywun arall efo rwbeth i ddeud? Na? O'r gore, pawb yn hapus i ni dderbyn y droddiad yna, droddiad cyllid gan Russell, a diolch am y gwaith, ag cadw i fynd, dwi'n meddwl, ydy'r neges, ag sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cyrraedd y nod oherwydd bod yn allweddol bwysig, ond gawn ni'r adroddiad yn y cyfarfod bwrdd nesa ar y pwnc ti wedi crybwyll. Value and sustainability report could come to our next board meeting and allow enough time for the discussion, I think, because it's really, really important topic. Pam yn hapus, felly. Gwych iawn, diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Dyn ni'n dod ar rhan yma o'r cyfarfod i ben. Mae o'n ar hyn o bryd 24 munud wedi 1. Nawn ni ail ymgynnull mewn, wel, mae'n 25 munud wedi un rwan. Nawn ni ail gymryd mewn 25 munud, ydy hynny'n iawn. So we restart at 13:50. That's 25 minutes. Aim for 20, and we will start on the dot 25. Okay. Croeso nôl ato ni yn y sesiwn prynhawn yma. Da ni'n parhau gyda'r agenda yn cyfarfod bwrdd. Croeso nôl os ydych chi yn ail ymuno ni, a croeso os ydych chi yn ymuno ni ar gyfer sesiwn y pnawn yn unig. Da ni ar eitem 25.178 o'n agenda, yr adran sy'n sôn am llywodraethu risg a sicrwydd. Ar eitem gyntaf ydy droddiad y cadeirydd o'r pwyllgor archwilio a mae Irtha fel is-gadeirydd wedi camu mewn i'r gader dros dro. Diolch yn fawr iawn iddi am hynny, ac Irtha, os ti isio dweud unrhyw beth am dy droddiad i. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch, David. And I want to start the comment really by giving thanks to both Internal Audit and Audit Wales, because we would be absolutely lost as an organisation without their got the word in Welsh, but not in English, sorry, their deep dive into what we're doing in Wales and how we're going on, and the governors, all of those aspects. We would be really lost without their guidance on improvement and picking up the holes that we may not have quite seen. So we actually read and discussed 8 internal audit reports last time we met, and the planned care Wales-wide audit report from Audit Wales. So there was a lot to discuss, but there's comments obviously in the paper that's been shared with you, but I also wanted to raise the fact that the planned care audit was actually seen by QSE and PFIG and audit. So in terms of reassuring on triangulation and scrutiny, I think that's such a good example of how we're all working together, keeping different aspects on track. And we've discussed planned care a lot. So that's kind of the 4th element. Today we discussed planned care a lot. That's the 4th element in scrutinising reports and developing a pathway to go ahead well with improvement. So just to reassure the board and the public on that one. The reports were all received well, and the members that attended that day, we discussed in depth the different comments that internal audit and external audit raised. There were some further questions which will be picked up again in the next audit committee. And that's another example of how we are triangulating and maintaining scrutiny, and also some discussion this afternoon. So I don't know if anybody wants to ask any questions in particular about the last session. They're very welcome to.
Diolch yn iawn, Irtha. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw ar y adroddiad yna? Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad, felly diolch yn iawn, a diolch am waith y pwyllgor ag gwaith Irtha yn cadeirio hynny. Eitem nesa, felly 25.79 ar adroddiad fframwaith llywodraethu ac atebolwydd. Pam, this is your report. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch yn fawr. So this is a joint report between me and Russ. I'll take us through the report, and collectively me and Russ will be able to answer any questions. So this is the governance accountability framework for the health board. Within that, it includes a review of the scheme of delegation, as well as the changes to the standard financial instructions, which have been recently issued to take account of the procurement changes to the Procurement Act. So just in terms of assurance, there's been quite a lot of work done to reformat, try to make it more straightforward, simple, picking up some of the points which Carol mentioned in her presentation on Foundations for the Future. The complexity and the understanding about decision making in the health board is definitely a key theme which has been come through. So we have made quite a bit of changes which we took through audit committee, and obviously sought views of internal and external audit as part of that. So I just want to say that it has been through due consideration. This is part of a wider suite of work and training and support, and which will be rolling out across the organisation in terms of how we operate. So I think there's a couple of things I just wanted to highlight, and before handing over to get any comments or if Russ wishes to make any areas. So
we've talked as a board in terms of whether we can delegate more through to the executive. And I think hopefully over the last couple of months, you started to see that alignment in terms of some of that. We also talked to the board a couple of weeks ago, actually, around how we can improve that balance between strategic and not. So there's certain things we just can't do because they're matters which are reserved for the board, which cannot be delegated. There are a whole range of other matters which probably might need a bit of a review, I think, from a Welsh Government perspective, that requires the Health Board to seek permission from Welsh Government as part of certain contracts over £1 million. So we can only do what we can do within the rules that we're current. So I think I just wanted to set that instead, really. So I suppose the paper hopefully is self-explanatory, which illustrates the changes. We've reformatted the scheme of delegation to make it more in a tabular form. We've taken away what was called the old tables A and B, because that is just really complicated for people to understand. I've introduced a set of financial principles in terms of any delegation, and to make that really, really clear, if you're a budget holder, these are the principles that you will need to follow in terms of delegation. So again, this is the clarity that people are seeking. We have introduced, to make it much clearer, what I've called a tier system, which is consistent with other health boards. We're not doing anything out to make it clear of actually what tier of decision making would you hold, and this will align to further work where we do around roles, profiles, so people are really, really clear in terms of their delegations. There were some comments just at audit committee, Bertha, just aligning the delegations to the Oracle approvers, because if you remember, I think the Oracle approvers had the chief exec and Russ or Carol's approval, so we've just realigned some of that. So we just wanted to give some assurance because that was a specific element there. And then we've just added, made it really, really clear in terms of some of the changes to how the executive committee will operate. I think I had a conversation with Gareth around primary care contracts, because currently the terms of reference per the performance committee requires all contracts above primary care, and what we've said is actually above the limits of the chief executive, just trying to make it straightforward, to take a little bit of complexity out. There's still quite a bit of work for us to do in this area. So I think what I've suggested in the paper, because we're now looking at the next tier under the executive committee and how that is going to work. And obviously we'll need to review again when we've got foundations for the future, because actually, it's understanding how all those elements work. There's further work to do just in terms of the decision making and around the complex care panel, which we've put in place as a team. So some strengthening in terms of some of that. I think I'm going to just ask Russ if he's got any comments, just in case I've answered any of the financial bits wrong. And happy then to take any questions, Russ.
So
Chair, so no, I think that was a really comprehensive update. We've walked hand in hand with this document. It is more of a structure that I'm used to. It removes that tabular format, so it does now flow, I believe, a lot more, and it is consistent with other health boards as well. So we are constrained, of course, in terms of that Welsh Government threshold of the £1 million, which has been referred to, and that's reflected in the delegations and how we've arrived at those delegations through the committee structures. It's been through the executive for endorsement. Of course, it's been supported through audit committee to present before you today. So looking for it to be endorsed, really. Thank you, Chair.
Diolch yn iawn. Felly, unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw. Gareth?
To me as well.
No.
Yeah, and to me as well. Just to say. I mean, I do think we were having a discussion about this. So we should just raise again with the Welsh Government the level of delegation from them, because when it reminds me your little footnote that we've added to the minutes, like the level of materiality, and this was a few years ago, it's more now, £20 million
and yet for every million, I mean, it's a lot of money, but it doesn't make sense, does it? So, and it doesn't make sense because it bogs them down in looking at stuff. So, anyway,
it should be revised because the financial context
Yeah.
has moved, so I think it would be good practice to revise it. Any organisation, government should do that. I think it's an important point.
And the other 2 points are, this may sound naive, but I welcome the lot of clarity I think there was about the point of requisition being the point when control is issued, because I know that should be self-evident, but it certainly, from what I can understand from the past, wasn't the case. And I know, so I think that's really important. And the final point was one that again, Pam and I have sort of discussed, and Russell and I have discussed, is that while we can't do anything about contracts, and I mean, I know you've got some very good thoughts about how we handle them, but with business cases, I find it a bit frustrating that business cases that have to come to the board at the moment come through PFIG and then come to the board. And you very kindly, Chair, sort of take my view that if I say, yeah, well, we've looked at it, it's all fine, that you take that. And I'm just wondering whether it is possible to have a system where they come either to the board delegates to PFIG, that if the PFIG is first, if you know what I mean, that it does it and it's reported to the board, or it comes to the board rather than them all having to come through, because that will speed things up a little bit. And we often, our procurement processes are horrendously long anyway. So that was just a proposal.
Can I just prompt maybe a wider discussion about the whole business case and the way it's done, and the, what is it, ceffyladrol, how does that translate? Is it cart and horse in the right order and all the rest of it? I think there's a wider discussion.
Oh yeah,
there.
but I'm just talking about the big business cases that have to go through.
But I think that's definitely part of it. So is that possible at some stage?
We have had a discussion at executive about business case development and business planning, service planning. People get quite mixed up, and there are different views depending on where we've grown up as to what we need a business case for and what we don't. So there's a piece of work for us to do anyway, and we've had that discussion. So we could bring
the
that
process
into,
around it.
into an informal board meeting.
That would be helpful. Pisa wants to make a contribution, and I know Tamina does. I'll bring Russ in before the end as well. Peter.
I just wanted to say I applaud the simplicity of it. I think it's nice and straightforward, and it's easier for people to stick to things that are straightforward. So I think that is a real good step. And I think in terms of what you said about business cases, trying to come up with something similar that lays it out quite clearly will make a step forward. And just to go back into history, it was when LHBs were formed in this format, taking over the secondary care. The trusts didn't used to be subject to the £1 million, but the LHBs did, the old LHBs.
That's
and when they transferred it, they didn't take that away, because the minister at the time was quite supportive of making sure that spend was closely controlled. That's what I'm led to believe. That's going back 15 years. So
that's really
maybe it
interesting.
is
That makes sense.
I think there's a national discussion here, isn't there? That should be prompted maybe by chief execs and chairs and and engaging with government. I think so. That's interesting insight, isn't it? Tamina.
It was just a very small point on page 11. You referred to IHCs, and I just wondered whether, so this has got a bit of kind of livability into the future. We describe it something like an operational division or service.
Good point. Russ.
Chair. So I think mine was just more around discussions on business planning process, making that so it's absolutely tied back into our IMTP for visibility across the wider organisation, and then underpinning of the IMT as we develop the strategies. So not clinical strategy, but also estates infrastructure strategies. And once we've got those development plans in place, everything should line back up through that as we're developing our cases to give us some reference point. So it's just to make that connection.
And Pam, to wrap up on this then.
No, just really say really helpful comments. This is part of a bigger suite of work. You heard Carol talk about decision-making framework, so there's on top of that, so we'll be bringing that back. And really just want to say thanks to Philippa and to Neil Williams in Russ's team. It's been quite an intensive amount of work, so I just wanted to recognise the hard work there. So
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Pam yn hapus felly cytuno ac i dderbyn yr adroddiad, sgwch dda. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Eitem nesa 2518 dim adroddiad arall gan Pam adroddiad llywodraethu corfforaethol. So your report again, Pam, please.
What is self-explanatory? There's just one or two items I just really wanted to draw to the board's attention, other than the normal updates in terms of the approved clinicians and affix and seal, as well as the chair's action. There was a further chair's action that was undertaken, I believe last week, but due to the timing, I'll bring that back to ratification next time, Chair. And then I just really wanted to highlight the all the committees have undergone their self-assessments and annual reports. The annual reports are in the supporting pack for noting, they're not for the board too, but just in terms of a line of sight, where there's identified improvements, we'll build that into a governance improvement plan, which is one of the priorities in the annual delivery plan. So just really wanted to give some assurance there, and also just to ratify the response to the Health Art consultation, which we had an informal, and Chair, you signed that off before we submitted it in time. I was happy to seek any questions from members of the board.
Great. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Unrhyw sylw neu gwestiwn? Os nad oes yna, gawn ni ddiolch i Pam am y gwaith yna, lot o gynnydd a lot o ddatblygiadau, a diolch i Pam a'r tîm i gyd, dydy gwir, am y gwaith maen nhw'n wneud. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiadau, pawb yn hapus i gadarnhau'r ymateb i bwr iechyd a wel dda, ac i gadarnhau yr cytundeb efo'r doctoried a'r clinicwyr. Pawb yn hapus i wneud hynny. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Ymlaen i eitem 25-181. Da ni symud at adroddiad cadeirydd y Pwyllgor Pobol a Diwylliant sydd ddim yma achos mae wedi gorfod mynd i gyfarfod cyngor Ynys Môn, a felly yn dirprwyo yn ei le mae Billy i ddeud unrhyw beth am yr adroddiad. Billy, over to you if you've got any comments, further comments on the paper that we've received. Diolch yn iawn.
We met on the 14th of August. Unfortunately, I was in Germany, but with the magic of television, I've been able to watch the recording. The committee reviewed the Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act as it is applying to public services in Wales, and we approved the Strengthening the Social Partnership report, which has gone on to Welsh Government. I must say that we're talking to Jan Tomlinson, the chair of staff side. We are held as an exemplar of social partnership working within public sector in Wales. That's really good.
Yeah.
And I think we work really well together with our workforce colleagues.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn, Billy. That's really good to hear and confirms the really crucial relationship that we all have across the health board. Whatever it says on the door, you know, we are all one team. So that's really good to hear. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? Yrtha?
Just on the second, what Billy was saying there, I was at a social partnership meeting hosted by the TUC, and Betsy was mentioned for the social partnership working. So just a second.
Diolch yn iawn. Rwy'n arall. Pawb yn hapus yr adroddiad yna, mae Billy wedi cyflwyno i ni, a diolch am wneud hynny gan y Pwyllgor Pobol a Diwylliant. Diolch yn iawn. ymlaen i adran 25/182 adroddiadau blynyddol. A mae yna grynodeb fan hyn o sawl adroddiad ac mae yna fanylion mewn man arall wrth gwrs. Felly pam some annual reports, I don't know if you wish to highlight anything in particular.
So I think we'll go to each of the exec leads for this. So
Great.
Stuart's the first one.
Yeah, so there was a health and safety report. Looking through the papers, it's just got the cover sheet, so I'm assuming it's gone out in the bigger bundle.
It's in
yeah.
the additional papers, yeah.
It's an appendix, the report itself. So here we've got the sort of introductory sheet, and then for each of them, actually, the full report features in the appendix.
There's nothing specifically to add, other than really just the signpost. I think generally you're going to be seeing a slight shift in our approach and reporting in health and safety and the governance applied to it. And that's beginning to sort of come back into feedback from the HSE and how we're addressing matters. So, but no specific points to raise. Thank you.
Diolch Iwan. A diolch am y gwaith yna, Stuart.
Just a very small point. I flicked through the detailed report, and I just wanted to note my concern, which is it's not our fault, obviously, but the high level of violence and against staff.
Yeah.
And I remember commenting on that last year, and I know we're not alone in this, but I just think for what it's worth, I think we need to express our solidarity with our staff and do whatever we can, as I'm sure we are doing, to protect them. But
And that was highlighted recently in the media, wasn't it, in fact? So yeah, really important. Stuart.
Yeah, just to come back, so I would agree, and they need our support. I think it's something we can I can work with Helen to see whether there's a renewed zero tolerance communication message we can begin to put out, so posters on our front door, just to reinforce that message that there is no acceptable level.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. I happened to go, that I do often, but through passport control, not too far away, and the first thing you saw was a big sign saying "Thank you for respecting our staff." Yeah. Not saying don't do this, don't do the other, but actually thank you for respecting our staff. And I thought there was something sort of psychological in that. I think
behavioural science.
Behavioural science, as you say. Yeah, but no, great. That's really, really important. Right, ymlaen i'r nesaf, Pam, I think, is it Teresa that's presenting the next one?
Yeah, so Welsh Wales.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. A dwi am cymryd cyfle i godi rhyw 4 pwynt o'r adroddiadau. Mae gennych chi 2 adroddiad mewn ffordd mewn un. Mae gennych chi'r adroddiad monitro, wrth gwrs mae yna ddisgwyl i'r bwrdd trafod yr ddogfen yna, wedyn dwi'n ddiolchgar bod o yma. Ond hefyd, da ni wedi rhoi diweddariad ar y gwaith mwy na geiriau i chi hefyd. Ac wrth gwrs, da chi'n pencampwr dros y Gymraeg, Gadeirydd, a da ni'n ddiolchgar i chi ar bwrdd i gyd am i cefnogaeth chi i gyd. Ond 4 pwynt byr os gai dim ond i sôn. O ran y safona, dwi'n teimlo fod y gwaith, fod y bwrdd iechyd yn wneud cynnydd. Pan dwi'n edrych ar yr IHCs, y cymunedau ni, da ni'n gweld bod nhw yn symud ymlaen yn dda gyda'r gwaith. Mae yna gwaith yn digwydd gyda'r tîm y Gymraeg yn adnabod y bylcha, a da ni'n trio rhoi systema yn ei lle, fel bod y gwaith yna yn symud ymlaen yn bositif. Mae hynna'n bwysig i ni, a mae'r gwaith siopwr cudd yn dal i ddigwydd. Yn ail, dwi am trafod hyfforddiant os gai efo chi. Mi welwch chi fanna bod yna bron i 1,000 o aelodau o staff erbyn hyn yn cael mynediad at hyfforddiant Gymraeg. Nifer ohonoch chi rownd y bwrdd yma yn cael hyfforddiant. Cynnydd eich gair chi heddiw, Cadeirydd, cynnydd o 29%. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynna'n wych. Yn drydydd, hoffwn ni jyst trafod y gwaith hyrwyddo. Mae'r ymgyrch defnyddiwch eich Gymraeg yn mynd o nerth i nerth bob flwyddyn, rhaid mi ddeud, ac yn arbennig gwaith wardi ar plant, ac wrth gwrs mi welsoch chi ar teledu. Ac dwi'n meddwl bod y stori'r claf nathon ni cael y cyfle i trafod y fan hyn di bod yn bositif i bawb, mae rhaid mi ddeud, ac yn dal i cael ei ddefnyddio ar draws Cymru erbyn hyn. Ac yn bedwerydd, os gai jyst sôn am y cytundebau allanol. Mae gynnon ni cytundebau allanol ar hyn o bryd efo'r tîm y Gymraeg, pumed flwyddyn hefo canolfan dysgu'r Gymraeg, a mae gynnon ni SLA hefo Bwrdd Iechyd yn Eirin Befan hefyd, a dwi'n meddwl mae ni 'di'r unig bwrdd sydd yn y sefyllfa yna, so rhywbeth i ni glodfori mewn ffordd o ran y tîm wedyn. Dim ond 4 pwynt bach, ond yn diolch i fi i'r bwrdd ac hefyd i tîm y Gymraeg ac i pawb sy'n dysgu ac yn defnyddio beth bynnag Cymraeg sgynnyn nhw. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Gwych chi mewn, a dyna di'r nod bob amser, ydy roi cyfle i bobl ddysgu neu wellai Cymraeg ac yna i defnyddio hi. Dyn ni eisiau rhoi hwb i bawb i wneud pob beth sy'n bosib gyda'r Gymraeg sydd gyda, fel ti'n deud. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn am yr arweiniad a'r gwaith yna. Unrhyw gwestiwn i Teresa? Os nad oes, sorry.
Jason. Oh, no, sorry.
No.
I jumped ahead, sorry.
Na. Unrhyw gwestiwn? Nag oes, felly pam the next? Yes, Jason. Okay. Thank you. Jason, anything to add to the report, please?
Only to say that hopefully the report demonstrates that we're trying to make sure that we're doing more than just our statutory duty. And obviously the report demonstrates that we're meeting the requirements that Welsh Government set out for us in relation to a number of plans. For example, the anti-racist Wales plan, the LGBTQI action plan, but also as well the other point of data as well that we also need to provide both to the UK government and to the Welsh Government. Hopefully you'll see in the report that year one was very much around trying to build the level of engagement with the equality team, with the different networks across North Wales, and trying to ensure that we were seen as a partner. But both the report and all of the 30 actions that are noted in here have been agreed with our external partners. We have an external meeting with different organisations, which include organisations like Age Concern, Shelter, and other interested parties on a bi-monthly basis, and they help inform the agenda to make sure that we're picking up details both in relation to patients but also staff as well, because this is about patients and staff really. So hopefully the report gives a bit of an understanding of what's being done, but obviously the year ahead there's some key priorities that we've got from the different data points around reducing the inequalities really, particularly from ethnic minority staff at certain grades within the organisation, improving our data, trying to close some of the points in relation to the gender pay gap, and also as well, trying to ensure that we have got appropriate training and intervention in place to support people to move at different points of their career, regardless of any of their protected characteristics. So hopefully the report just gives you a flavour of what's being done. Still lots of work to do. Okay, and next year's report will hopefully have a much more strategic theme. This year's one was a much more narrative theme, but that was quite deliberate because we knew that we needed to be able to build confidence and trust within our communities. And as Duff had described this morning as well, Kerry, who was our head of the equality team, has been quite visible, and also as well trying to ensure that even in very small communities, Betty feels connected, and we're trying to operate at North Wales level, but also local level. Thank you.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr, Jason. Dyfrydol iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw adroddiad yna? Os nad oes, ymlaen dwi'n meddwl i ddau adroddiad nesaf, mae Angela yn cywiro. I think, am I right? Sorry. Angela, over to you then for the next two, please.
So the annual duty of candour report is presented. This is the second time that we've presented this annual report. The duty came into force in April 2023, where we need to identify how many times we've triggered the duty of candour for moderate and above harm, and how we are progressing. So this is the detail that's in the report. If I could just let colleagues know that during our development of the integrated concerns policy, we have our daily hub now. So all of those incidents are actually discussed at the daily hub, and that is a prompt to make sure that we are applying duty of candour consistently. And then the cases that come through to the executive integrated concerns oversight panel on a Tuesday morning. We then ask around the cases, discuss what's happened, and then make sure that formal duty of candour has been applied. So I think we've got robust processes in place, and this is to highlight what we're doing.
Do you want to go on to the next
Yeah,
one and then we get
absolutely.
questions? Yeah.
So the next one is our annual Putting Things Right report. Again, this is the second report that we've presented to the board. I must say that both of these reports have been through Quality and Safety Experience Committee and the Exec Committee for review. This identifies the number of incidents that we've had, where they've been reported, any themes and trends that we may have seen, what improvement work has been undertaken to make sure we're addressing these issues, and then identifies some of the information that I actually put in the quality report, to be honest, on a monthly basis, but summarises it for the year. So I think it's very self-explanatory.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiynau yn sylwadau ar y ddau adroddiad yna? Na? Felly, pam? Diolch yn iawn am gyflwyno'r eitem yna ac gofyn I ni fel bwrdd felly ydy derbyn a chadarnhau yr adroddiadau blynyddol. Pawb yn hapus yn wneud hynny. Diolch. Lot o awr o waith yn digwydd. Digwydd, mae yna lot o waith da yn digwydd fan hyn. Mae'n werth nodi, dydy. Felly diolch yn galon I bawb. Reit, ymlaen at eitem 8.3, sef adroddiadau cadernyddion pwyllgorau a grwpiau cynghori. A mae gynnon ni 5 grŵp neu bwyllgor ag fy nghais I fan hyn bob amser ydy os oes gan gadeirydd un o'r grwpiau yna unrhyw beth I godi, I ychwanegu, dyma'r cyfle, mae yna adroddiadau wedi cyrraedd ni, ond os oes rhywun eisiau dweud rhywbeth ychwanegol, troi at unrhyw un. It was your first meeting, wasn't it, Peter, of the stakeholder reference group, as I mentioned earlier,
Yep.
and I know you set a lot of work in train as a result of that, which is really exciting. And sure if Helen was here, she'd also agree with that. So looking forward to developments with the stakeholder reference group.
Our focus, Chair, was very much about trying to get the group to communicate messages to the group in a structured way, but also to try and get more feedback, because whilst we have group representatives, if you like, it's them looking at their wider constituencies and making sure that we're sharing the message and getting the feedback, because the whole point of a reference group should be to make sure it's good two-way communication, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, no, really good. So we're looking forward to the developments. Rwy'n arall hefyd rhywbeth I ddweud? Na. Felly, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dyn ni'n dod at yr eitem ola 1, sef dyddiad cyfarfod nesaf, dydd Iau, Tachwedd 27/2025, a mi fydd y cyfarfod yna yn digwydd yn Ninas Bangor. And the reason we are going to Bangor is because Venue Cymru are rehearsing their pantomime. Now, I know that will prompt a lot of response, but it's a good excuse to go to the great city, the great university city of Bangor, of course, and dwi'n siŵr byddwn ni yn neuadd reichel bosib, so yeah. Ond nawn ni gadarnhau'r holl fanylion. And I just wanted to remind ourselves this week a couple of things worth reflecting on. First of all, today is World Pharmacist Day, or World Pharmacy Day, that we were reminded of, so that's really good. And the 22nd of September, it's the 21st today, but the 22nd of September 1934 was the date of the Gresford disaster. So we've been reflecting on that this week, and it affected a lot of communities in the northeast of Wales in particular, and still does. And it reminds us, doesn't it, about what the price of coal was and the debt that many of the mining communities in the North East of Wales paid and have indeed continued to pay over a very long period. So some things to reflect on there this week, and I'm then sure there has been a whole host of other things as well. A cyn i ni gloi, just rhag on bod rhywun efo sylwadau rhywbeth am y cyfarfod, rhywbeth gallwn ni wella, rhywbeth gallwn ni neud yn wahanol. So nesa, da ni'n trio parhau wella fel bwrdd. So if anybody's got any suggestions in terms of what we should be doing differently, including members of the public, how we can make this meeting more purposeful within the confines we have of a need to report on standard items. But I'm hoping that we focused our time on one or two of the big issues that are at the forefront of the public mind. I'm hoping we managed to do that today. Ond os gan unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw beth maen nhw eisiau dweud am y cyfarfod. If you've got anything to say now, or if you want to email anything, obviously that's acceptable too. Na, pawb yn hapus. Reit, okay. Awn ni mlaen felly i ddweud mai dyna ddiwedd cyfarfod. Gawn ni ddiolch i bawb am eu cyfraniadau. Cyfraniadau da iawn. Gawn ni ddiolch i Lowri am y gwasanaeth cyfieithu. Wych iawn fel arfer. Diolch i Laura a Philippa a tîm am baratoi. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni wedi bod yma yn Llandudno rhan fwyaf yr wythnos yma. A diolch i chi am yr holl waith dych chi wedi gwneud. Diolch i'r tîm technegol. Popeth wedi mynd yn esmwyth, gwych iawn. Ac dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen at cyfarfod chi gyd rhywbryd yn buan. Naill ai mewn pwyllgor neu mewn cyfarfod neu rhywbryd i gael sgwrs, dwi'n siŵr. Diolch i bawb am y cyfraniadau, am y gwaith. Dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod, a dwi'n cynnig rwan yn bod ni'n cael allan y wasg a'r cyhoedd mwyn mynd i sesiwn breifat yn unol a ddeddfwriaeth 1960 cyrff cyhoeddus adran 1 Cronfachet 2. Di pawb yn hapus i gefnogi hynny. Diolch yn iawn.